Hello, hello. Y'all were complaining about my intro music, so I thought I would change it up a little bit. I hope you enjoyed that. How's it going, Yellens? How's it going, Zimov? Hey, Fritz. And how's it going, Galaxy Savage? Y'all were complaining about the intro song. So there you have it. Do you like the new one? It was supposed to be a stealth mission. What are you talking about? No, you. Yeah, how's it going? Wait, did I forget to give the Rockagamba yesterday? Yes, I forgot to give the Rockagamba yesterday, and nobody told me. Interesting. Clearly, if I handheld instead of gold, you'd clear 279. Freaking, yeah, how's it going, Noir? Freaking Toony. Okay, so let us begin the... You just noticed? Nobody reminded me yesterday, so that's on you, chat. Well, on me as well, but that's also on you, chat. Supposed to only lurk, huh? Okay, so today's gonna be pretty chill. Gonna do some PGR dailies, maybe some recitativo di Fantasia for Selena. And I'm gonna go into Nikkei dailies, clear a little bit here and there, and then we will go into some pretty interesting talks, I hope, for you all. Because I will be discussing, now that the dust has settled down on all of these quote-unquote dramas, calling them dramas feels a little bit, how do I put it, diminishing when it comes to these things, because these are genuine concerns that people had. But now that the dust has settled down on those, I can talk a little bit with less emotional charge from people that will be listening, if people stay around for it, when it comes to things like Sweet Baby Inc., or when it comes to things like Genshin Impact, when we look at the 3 anniversary 3 pools. I'll be talking about all of this in a pure business standpoint, pure business management standpoint, because, well, I do have a degree, not directly in business management, but I did have a lot of courses related to that, as my original degree is a bachelor on financial management. And I worked on a master's degree. Unfortunately, I had to interrupt my my studies on that front. So I have a master's 1 in financial risk management. I'm basically just short of a thesis and like a couple of courses from having a full master's degree on financial risk management. Just kind of a shame, but you know, family and life, so gotta get back to work. Shit happens in life. But it's still, to some degree, my field of expertise. Now, I'm not a game developer, so when I talk about that, I'll only be commenting about it from a business management standpoint. I hope you guys will be interested in those talks, which will happen later. For now, let us just start this fun gacha experience before we swap to that. Started with a win, yeah. You couldn't see the stream. Wait, what? Oh, you mean you weren't here yesterday? That's fine. Don't worry about it, Caesar. Let's see. Or is there an issue with the stream? Hold on. Now you're getting me worried. Would have to watch it if it goes on YouTube, won't be online later. Oh, that's fine. Don't worry about it. I will probably put it on YouTube, Fritz. I'll probably put it on... wait, is this thing even working? Hold on. Hello? Are you working, little thingy? Can you guys hear me? Wait. Hold on. You guys can hear me, right? Just fine? Yeah, so it's my thingy that is just not picking it up. There? Oh, there. Now it's moving. Okay. Fucking thing. Just... There we go. You're level 61 now? Oh, nice, Gal. Pug. Yeah, I was a little bit concerned because when I was monitoring my stream, I didn't see my little avatar moving. So I was like, huh. Well, that's not good. Well, that's not good. Let's see. So we have built... Oh, wait. I forgot to pat a construct, didn't I? Yeah. Pat, 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 pat. And the scuff crowns. She's slow. That's fine. I figured making it to ADHD is actually pretty bad, especially for shorts and stuff. So moving slow is normal. Don't worry about that. Yeah. I used to make it very ADHD, but you know, if it's too ADHD, it's a little bit problematic when I try to make a short out of it. Too ADHD, yeah. Yeah. Did you never see the ADHD version of this? This is the ADHD version. But yeah, there. This is much better though. Let's see. Oh, now I can actually auto clear this. And is everyone excited for, well, those who play HSR, who is excited for Akron tomorrow? Tomorrow will be the polls, I believe. Because tomorrow is the 27th. Are y'all excited for good old Akron polls tomorrow? Does anyone want me to pull for them? I could make a form for people to ask me to do viewer polls. That's fine too. She's already ADHD. Moving slow is not normal, the MCC. I mean, it's better for shorts and stuff, and I've been making a few of those, as you guys probably have noticed. Because I figured what best place to, you know, show off my content than on a Chinese spyware platform and on YouTube Shorts. Let's see. Cool dorm? Yeah, how's it going, Monster Hunter? Oh, have you seen the... Hold on. Speaking of dorms, since you're probably new to the stream, you haven't seen the square hole dorm, have you? I introduced the square hole. When you put meta a little bit too hard. The fucking square hole dorm. I need to turn my other dorms into the square hole dorm eventually. I've been too lazy for that. Now, what cub do I roll for Luna? I'm not sure about that, actually. What cub would be good for Luna? I'll have to look into that, because that is one thing I honestly... Cubs, for the longest time, I refuse to look into. I don't like that system at all. I do not like the cub system at all. Welcome to hell. Well, that is when you push Dorm to the meta. That is basically what happens when you push Dorm into meta territory. I'm really bad at playing Bianca, though. Oh, whatever. You use Noctua on Luna? Okay. So there you have it, Gal. Noctua on Luna. I really love Noctua. Oh, what? Oh, what? Oh, my fucking thing didn't. Get staggered, you piece of shit. Okay. I already misplayed a lot here. I'm gonna need to heal up from... Yeah, I already took too many hits. I might have to reset here. I might have to reset just because I took too much damage. Or maybe I will just call it. I don't always feel like pushing super hard the Phantom Pain Cage. Especially because it's fucking weakly. Honestly, sometimes I just don't feel like pushing hard these things. Whoops. Maybe don't let it die, though. I keep getting clipped somehow. Oh, they should finish her off there. Okay, this should finish her off. Excalibur, go! Oh wait, no, never mind. Fuck off. Ah. Oh, this kind of works out. This kind of worked out. You don't roll one for a Luna specifically, you roll a cup for someone who needs them, like Alpha, Lee, or Karen. That's fair enough. You can just swap them around. Whatever. We'll take it. This one is Ice Week though, but I don't really have a good Ice team, so we're just gonna bring in we're just gonna bring in the Alpha team. So you roll for Crimson Weave's Cub. I mean, that's a decent one to roll for actually, because you can equip it on Crimson Weave as well. So, oh motherfucker, why is the camera like? Why are you like this game? Oh wait, I didn't charge it enough, did I? Oh well, it's fine. Oh, god damn it. I need to learn this boss eventually, don't I? Going for the pause at the end there. 300 black cards away from 60 pulls? Nice. Should you gamba for Bianca? If you want to, honestly. I would probably... I don't know. Should you go for Bianca for Baltimore? Should you go for Baltimore? That's a good question, actually. Because she's really good, but then what is upcoming is also not that bad, isn't it? Well, not the one directly after. The one directly after is the other one, isn't it? Oh, motherfucker. Why is the camera angle always this stupidly awkward? Like, I swear to God, the camera angles in this game sometimes are more awkward than the fucking movie All My Friends Hate Me. I don't know if you guys have seen that fucking masterpiece coming from the UK, but... Good lord, is that a good movie. All My Friends Hate Me. Story of everyone's lives, I guess. Be like me and save 2 years for Luna. Oh, so you can go triple S plus? You have friends other than me? Oh no, I think I need to do some cleaning, fucking gal. What kind of whale do I need to be to see that kind of damage? Not really a whale, honestly. Believe it or not, I haven't really spent that much in this game. Like, my... what's it called? I've played the game for a while, and I used to whale a very long time ago, but the electricity team that you're seeing is just Lucia with very heavily invested... that is very heavily invested. And that's it. She's the one that is doing all of that damage. Also, it's not the highest difficulty monster. Yeah, exactly. You need to be a Giga Whale now. I don't have the money to spend on Nikkei, on Honkai Star Rail, and on Punishing Grey Raven. Like, fuck no. Wait, I can auto-clear Nat out of 9? Wait, I can auto-clear this? 80% of the original record. Yeah, no thanks. I'll just get 100% of my original record. Thank you very much. If you auto-clear, you lose points, yeah. You really botched your name. No, I actually like the Mumster, the Mumster thing. It adds a little bit of a layer of pun to your name. I don't know if it's intentional, though. But believe it or not, you don't need to Giga Whale to do what I'm doing. Or even whale at all. Pretty sure that there's quite a few free-to-plays that play the game far more consistently than I do, that can do way more than I do. Ooh, I got clipped there. That's not good. Crimson Wave is also kind of a special case, right? She does so much fucking damage. And she rotates really well at double S, honestly. There. Get finished off, nerd. Have you hunted all the mills in the area? Damn. It wasn't? I mean, you could just go off with that. Your Vera does more damage than his Crimson Wave, really, Gal? That is amazing. But yeah. Ooh, insufficient attempts. Okay, so I'm done with my attempts, huh? But yeah, believe it or not, this is not that insane, honestly. Like, sure, technically I did have to go for a dupe on Crimson Weave to have the extra ability, but double S, you can actually get it free to play as well. It just takes a while to farm, and that's about it. The main key components for my Crimson Weave doing that much damage is just the fact that I've been very heavily invested into her. So I used all of the USBs for weapons on the weapon to get the best resonances on her. Which, by the way, you can... I believe almost all of them can be farmed for free. And then I've been hunting for good resonances on her, and I hyper-tuned the resonances and everything. I did roll for the Cub and her signature weapon, so that does help a lot. But yeah, I mean, this is not wailing at all, to be honest. You can actually achieve this free to play. It will take a little bit longer, though, and you might be late to do that currently, but... Oh, wait, I forgot to do my daily, didn't I? Holy shit, I forgot to do the material over winter. So, for example, farming the event and the materials from the event, definitely do that. If you haven't already. Okay, so users uses a 4-star weapon. Yeah. You can get anything double S free to play. Yeah, exactly. The weapon is in the shop forever. I mean, that's true, but... what I meant is getting it from the raid up, right? That's what I meant to say. Let's see. So I needed another Leo hook for my Baltimore. So I guess I'm gonna grab a Leo hook here. There, now we can claim these. Fortune. Oh, did I forget to do the fortune machine? Whoopsie. Wait, I thought for sure that I did the fortune machine, so apparently I forgot because of the guild expedition, huh? There we go. So now we get a little bit more extra here. Now, what did I need? Oh yeah, I needed to do then material over winter again. But yeah, you don't need to feel pressured with this. Do you buy limited memory? Do you mean in the event shop or do you mean on other stuff? Because a long time ago, I did buy some stuff that had memories in them, but for the most part, for the weapons, but for the most part, I then also bought them with the free-to-play stuff. So I'm not sure what do you mean by that. Or do you mean, do you see the thing that happened to Baltimore last night? I haven't seen yet, no. I need to read the news. I haven't read the news in the last 2 days. Or do you mean the... Oh, do you mean the ones in Wintry Shackles? Maybe. Do you mean these? It's cheaper to buy them here, honestly. So I don't see why not. Let me think. So, there. 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 And there. When are they gonna rerun Cooking Lulu? Be the 5-star memories on their limited? Those are limited already. Oh, those. No, I don't buy them personally. I never saw a use for them. Large ship crashed into a bridge and completely collapsed it. Ooh. It's been a while since I've been to Baltimore. Should check out what happened to Baltimore. It's pretty big news. Yeah, I have not really kept up with the news recently. Well, at least not with those type of news. Not really US resident either, so... Let's see. Cargo ship hit Baltimore Bridge, was involved in Antwerp collision in 2016. Okay, that's already a bad start. Baltimore Bridge collapse sends vehicles tumbling into the water. Okay, that is pretty severe. I hope there are not casualties, hopefully, but that's a little bit... Pulled out 2 survivors, hospitalized. Well, there seem to have been casualties then, huh? Man. Oh, I think I know which bridge it is. That's crazy, though. That is crazy. Yeah, the Francis Scott Key Bridge, yeah. Damn, that's crazy. That is, yeah. I'll have to read this more in depth later, though. I guess it's wishful thinking that good thing it wasn't rush hour, yeah. Did you finish your vengeance on Overcooked level 25? Oh, nice. Overcooked level 25 is good enough for the max rewards in Nikkei, so you're good on that front. But yeah, damn, that's crazy. It's been many years since I last went to Baltimore, though, so... It feels really strange to say that that fucking bridge got collapsed by a cargo. Damn, that is. Yeah, it's a good thing, as you say, that it wasn't rush hour for sure. Because that could have been catastrophic. Is it wishful thinking on my part to hope that there were no casualties? But it's probably wishful thinking. Let's see. What am I missing to do here? Jesus Christ, I actually got... You tried overclock 25 and you're 300k CP behind. Best of luck with that. What am I forgetting to... I'm sure I am forgetting to do something. I just cannot remember. Is it this? No, this... No. Do you guys have like this feeling that when you enter a room with a purpose, and then all of a sudden, as soon as you enter, you forget why you entered in the first place? That is the feeling that I'm having right now. That is the feeling that I'm having right now. What was I even gonna do? Maybe if I open this, I'll remember. Oh, Cooking Lulu. Fucking. Oh wait, no, Cooking Lulu is already gone. Okay. No, it's not Cooking Lulu. It's Recitativo di Fantasia. Holy shit! So many times that you stopped counting. Yeah, thanks for the reminder, Recitativo. You do that all the time in Phasmo. Remember to log in Nikkei early so that you don't get sniped. Oh, that's a good point, actually. Very, very good point. I'll actually log in through my phone so that I don't interrupt the Recitativo. Yeah, I gotta be careful because I know there is a guy that is bound to try to snipe me. I already know who it is. Y'all know who it is. There is one guy that always tries to snipe me. Always the same dude. He has a very cute name, though, I gotta say. That flower that he uses as a name is pretty cute. I kind of want to go for a dark opening team, but I guess Rosetta is also hard to ignore. Oh, there, Selena. Perfect. Okay. It's not the ideal opening, but we'll go with this because it doesn't matter. Oh, for the love of God. They need to... Bro, I've played this character so many times in Recitativo. Stop asking me questions. I swear to God. Like, I've played Selena in Recitativo. Oh, thanks a lot for the lurk, Fritz. Much appreciated. Oh, whoop. Can I get a matrix? Thank you for... Oh. There. There we go. You can snipe me, yeah. SPVP ending in 31 minutes. That is true. That is something to be careful of, is SPVP, it doesn't sound that bad to get sniped at the last minute, but it actually is, because it makes you require additional hits once the new season starts, which is quite annoying in many scenarios. Quite annoying in many scenarios, so be careful, chat. Don't get sniped. Get your rightful ranking, and just keep an eye out. Whoopsie. Is it bad that I'm considering leveling up 21 just because I've been enjoying playing her in Recitativo? Is it bad, or should I just wait for Feral Scent, maybe? Maybe I should wait for Feral Scent, shouldn't I? Oh, my chat got disconnected from my phone. That's not good. Let's try to restore this. Oh, I guess the scuff never leaves you. How do you find this easier than Curse Waves? Ain't no harder? Wait, what? I don't find this harder than Curse Waves. What do you mean? I mean, unless you're talking about go up and say hello, we get the silver belt. I kind of want to do this, but we don't have the sacred sword, so. You could if you don't have. Yo, how's it going, Lost? Is new 21 worth having if you have live? I believe so. From what I've been looking at, the new 21 is used in basically a lot of in the meta comps for that specific element, right? Played PGR, ended up in a building, rage quit. Ow! Really? Yo, Daily, how's it going? How's the PC building going, Daily? Oh wait, can she even hear me? Because usually she watches me from work. There we go. Lavishly nice. New 21 is sub DPS for alpha, but they're saying that she ain't good without the signature weapon. Oh, that's good to know. Ooh, loses resistance. That's actually, I like that. Lavish. Let me shout you out though, girl. How's it go? How's your day been so far? Without weapon, 10% bonus, 20% with weapon in QDE. Oh, that's really dog shit. Okay, so chat, this is one of the things why I will never... As much as I enjoy a lot of these games, right? PGR, Honkai Star Rail, you know, this type of stuff. As much as I enjoy playing them, I will never endorse the whole weapon gacha thing. Because they have a incentive, a very clear financial incentive, to release incomplete characters. To release incomplete characters that get completed, well, incomplete quote-unquote, that get completed by having the signature weapon. And that is something that I just don't like. Turning our basic attack. Okay, we'll go with the basic attack for this one. I don't know if that makes sense. Constellation, yeah, I don't like it that much either, but you know what? Whatever. They need to find a way to make... they need to make a... what's it called? Something for the dupe system, right? They need to make something. They don't need to make it super impactful, though, but they need to make something for the dupes. What I don't like is when you already have a gacha for a character, and then on top of that, you add a gacha for a weapon, and oftentimes the character is not really fully complete without its fucking weapon. And I'm like, well, fuck. Well, fuck. We're just gonna get a lot of inspiration. This is gonna be like an inspiration farm run. It needs to be Genshin impactful, yeah. It's part of how they make money for sure, but... Okay, so we have a phase 2 here. There we go. As I heard, they're trying to make 6-star weapons more worth it with the next few patches. I wouldn't be surprised. They also have a indirect financial incentive. All flame burst damage percent increased by... I guess we're gonna grab this. They have a indirect financial pressure and incentive from the fact that they're also developing Wuthering Waves, right? Thanks a lot for the follow, much appreciated. Let me just check what that is. Monster Hunter, thanks a lot for the follow, thank you. Like, let's keep it real, right? As much as... It's really funny because some people mistook my my latest video in defending the company. A fucking billion-dollar company doesn't need me defending them. I will, however, lay out the things as they are. And that is another thing that I don't like and that I need to say is that they probably have this indirect financial incentive to push higher monetization on punishing Grey Raven because they need to be able to sustain their other bigger projects, right? It is possible. I'm not saying that's what's happening, but that is possible. And I've seen it happen personally firsthand with some companies, so... let's see. Come on, give me something good. Fucking gacha within the gacha. Bianca Veritas might... Oh, there. Okay, I guess we'll grab this for now. Oh wait, we still can grab one more. Okay. And refresh attempts are gone, so I guess we're just gonna grab this. Right. But yeah, I wouldn't be surprised that they're trying to make 6-star weapons more impactful, because they want to create a... They want to create, you know, incentives for people to roll for them because they want to earn more money. PGR don't earn that much money, yeah. You've heard the PGR dorms sauce? It's not that sauce, honestly. It does invite some very freaking funny scenarios, like the square hole dorm that I have. The square hole dorm is amazing. So you've come to see Blasian? I'll show it to you in a bit. Trying out Hyperreal in Curse Wave, and it's pretty fun. Yeah, Hyperreal is... Yeah, Hyperreal is something else. That's all I will say. Hyperreal is something else. Okay, just want to trigger a matrix though, whatever. Hyperreal giving me Hyper Blue flashbacks. Oh yeah. Next after this is Jingxi or something? I believe so, yes. I could be wrong, but I believe that is the case. His dorm is a square of hell. Oh, that is a good description of that one dorm. Not gonna lie. But you gotta admit that it's pretty meta, right? That's what happens when you apply meta over aesthetics. Wait, what? What was that? Hold on. Wait, why did she aim over there? Yeah, how's it going, Gogeta? You're out of school. How's my stream going today? Pretty good. Thanks for asking. How's it going, Gogeta? Hyperreal is interesting gameplay, by the way, Toonie, as you've probably already guessed. This is so dumb. The fucking thread the needle thing is so dumb. The battle's over already? Yo, how's it going, Kusa? What do you mean by the battle is over already? What? Also, how's it going, Mr. Kusa? I fell asleep partway through your stream, so I'm sorry about that. I just passed out. Triggering Matrix will summon a Flame Burst. We're going to increase that. Because we're going to be triggering a lot of Matrixes. Gonna play Mint Picker game in a minute? Really? My condolences. Imagine being a content creator for a Mint Picker, for a Mint Picking simulator. I just love how the community at large is just started calling it the Mint Picker game. Good lord. My big gun needs some blue ammunition. If my movements seem random, by the way, in this part, it's because I'm trying to catch up to chat while I'm doing this. Gonna do that for a bit and then revisit the Titanfall 2 campaign. Oh, that sounds like a lot of fun. I actually never played Titanfall, believe it or not. This is the fast Bale lights because the Hyperreal's ult does a lot of damage. Yeah, basically. Hyperreal is a special type of gameplay. I don't know if I can get behind that. It's hella fun and hella flashy, but at the same time, it's like, huh. I don't know about that. Watched Doc play it yesterday, and damn, you missed that game? Really? Oh, okay. What I missed playing personally is, because I've been playing PGR lately quite a bit, I got into playing again Sekiro. I'm actually going to stream that this weekend as well. Did I just walk straight into that cloud? Okay. Damn, AAA game mention. Yes, I believe it or not, I do play occasionally AAA games. You know, it's. I used to be a very long time World of Warcraft player. I play Final Fantasy XIV off stream. You know, I play other stuff. I've been considering getting into Tekken 8 actually, especially after watching my buddy Oni playing it, and Gold as well technically, and Aya. But mostly from watching Oni, because he's the guy that I watch most for for fighting game content. They're also playing a Soulsborne game on stream now. Well, I've been a long time fan of the Soulsborne games, believe it or not. I've actually been considering replaying Elden Ring as well when the DLC comes out on stream. I've also been wanting to fight again the Slav Knight Gale. And don't tell me he's called Slave Knight. I will always call him Slav Knight. Fight me.
Cox.
Cox, indeed. Like, that meme will never leave my head. I don't know if you guys have ever seen that. Those who are in the, what's it called, those who are in the, in the Soulsborne community all know what I'm talking about, but here you have the Slav Knight Gale. For those who've never seen it. Slav Knight Gale. Gotta love it. Oh man, it makes me miss even more, what's it called? It makes me miss even more Dark Souls and everything. Fucking Dark Souls 3 was so good. Okay, what's your guys' favorite fight in Dark Souls, actually? For those who played it. Triggering a tree ping will summon a black hole. Yeah, fine. That's fine. Any hole's a goal anyways. There you go. You mean the one with the weird helmet? You know how little saying weird helmet in the Souls series narrows it down? Oh, I walked right into that, huh? Do you know how little that narrows it down? Won't talk about my experience with their DX3 because you would get killed live, really. I mean, I don't gatekeep these type of games. As, you know, if you enjoyed it or not, that's your experience of the game. I'm not gonna gatekeep that type of shit. I love it, that doesn't mean that everyone will enjoy it. I mean, look at the guy that did that, what was his name again? The dude that made a review about Elden Ring where he just got absolutely fucking blasted, right? I mean, he's entitled to his own opinion. What was his name again? Dancer of Boreal Valley for obvious reasons. The obvious reasons. I'm surprised that's Sister Freed then. Most of the Bloodborne DLC bosses are the best for you. Oh, those are good. I think my all-time favorite for Bloodborne was Lady Maria of the Clockwork. And Orphan of Kos is not that far off there, I gotta say. Orphan of Kos was up there too, I gotta say. You know what? Cancel. We're gonna grab some more inspiration. And we're gonna grab some... Oh, wait. Hold on. Can I grab more inspiration? No, I can just grab more cadenza. And I guess we'll just grab a script just for the heck of it to clear faster. Ludwig 2? Ludwig... I don't know. Like, it was a cool boss. I just didn't... It didn't stick to my mind as much as the other two that I mentioned. Didn't even finish because the bosses were too easy and walking from boss to boss was getting more annoying as time passed. That's an interesting take. Whoop. I should have been paying attention. Yo, stop doing a little fucking T-pose to assert dominance, you piece of shit. Because she eats his flesh and after he dies. Lady is dying flesh and after you kill him. Which one was that? You know what's really interesting though? It's that Sekiro has been so long for me and I didn't finish the game due to being busy in real life at the time, that the current playthrough that I'm doing may as well be a fresh playthrough. Yeah, I think you're talking about Elden Ring. Elden Ring was amazing too, though. Although, I gotta say, fuck Mog Blood something, the Bloodlord in Elden Ring. Fuck that boss. unironically, fuck that boss. I hated it so much that I went to change my build specifically for him. I just hated that boss so much. Guess we're gonna grab this. Seriously, fuck that boss so much. I hated it so much. Malenia, I actually enjoyed that fight, believe it or not. Malenia, I actually enjoyed that fight. Because when you get rewarded for figuring out... you get rewarded for figuring out how to avoid her little blade dance thing. He didn't have any attractive features. Why do you want to have him so much? Damn. I need a tripping game. I need a tripping. Okay, whatever. But yeah, what I hated about that boss was the nihil. I've never been a huge fan of unavoidable damage. Well, it's not completely unavoidable because in theory you could use that stupid flash thing to cancel out some of it. But I'm not a huge fan of those type of things where you just, you know, where it's nihil, 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 and you just freaking try to heal through it or whatever to survive it. I was not a huge fan of that. You could use the flask that gives you that little bubble shield, but I found that kind of stupid. I was not a huge fan of that. So what I ended up doing is that I went... I think it was called Infinite Stars or something. What was the name exactly? Comet, Infinite Star... Whatever it was called. The thing that just does a massive Kamehameha. And I just one-shotted him from 100 to... I just took him from 100 to 0 with that. In a single burst. I just couldn't be asked to deal with him. I was so annoyed by him. That's how annoyed I was with that. I usually avoid those type of cheesy builds because it's not fun to just one-tap everything under the sun, but for that guy specifically, I made an exception. I made it my mission to just one-tap him. And Comet to 0, yeah, there we go. You always do one-tap glass cannon mage. I mean, if that's your own type of fun, that's fine, right? I'm not going to judge you for that. But yeah, I tend to try to go for builds that mix a little bit of... Either builds that mix some magic with physical, or like Dex or UGS builds. So what I ended up going for as a build, which is kind of a meme build, to be honest, was a Renella's Full Moon as sorceries, and then I went for, what's it called, the Moonlight Greatsword. The one-hit builds were so funny to watch. Oh, yeah. You know what's really funny, though? I did not know about the Mimic tier being so strong. So I just figured it must be really bad because anything that usually mimics you in games tends to be pretty bad. So I never tried it until a friend told me about it, and it had already been nerfed. I was like, well... well, 07. Fucking Mimic tier. I felt so dumb because I saw it and I was like, it's probably dog shit anyways. Because anything that usually clones your abilities tends to be pretty bad. What I did find hilarious though is that the boss, the Mimic tier, copies whatever you're wearing and your abilities. So if you want to equip everything, it's just the easiest boss in existence. It's not even a challenge. Because it's a fucking naked version of you. What? Right, like, they do ice, homing, and poise break bosses. I always misremember how to do the her ability. I need to look again into it. There we go. You messed up 07 twice, yeah. Moonlight Great Word from our beautiful and divine goddess Rani, yep. Funnily enough, I actually managed to somehow stumble into that questline by accident. Because I didn't look up any guides for Elden Ring. That takes out the fun of exploration, doesn't it? Pestilent was his favorite for PvP, goddamn. Rod just said, like, yeah, fuck the player base. Gotta love it. Imagine thinking when playing PGR. Yeah, imagine thinking. Imagine looking at the screen when playing... Imagine, you know, looking at this screen when you're playing Punishing Grey Raven. Imagine. Wouldn't be me looking at my fucking phone to read chat. Second monitors are for losers? Yeah. Imagine. I mean, that's the thing, right? Is I need to eventually get a second monitor. What monitor Giga Chad's streamer? Let me solo head into the facility. Let me solo her was quite the meme, wasn't he? Trigger a basic attack will do a black hole. Yeah, I guess we're gonna... I guess we can also just grab more amplifications for the black holes. The let me solo her though was a little bit overdone by the end of the meme. Yeah, how's it going, King? Good to have a second monitor as backup for when you punch the first one while Molding Hall campaign. Imagine. People don't believe me when I say that hard campaign at times makes me mold harder than any of the molding that I did on Elden Ring in Nikke. Like, honestly, 20 seconds. Meme, bro was an unintended lore bomb. True that. What do you mean by 20 seconds left? Oh, you mean the... No, it's already reset, Ragna. But thanks for the reminder. Full-blown conversation with people when I play against Inner Honkai. Let me saw her actually getting canonized into Elden Ring, so pray to your god because he's fresh out of mercy. Oh, that's amazing. I'm surprised that Let Me Solo Her became so well known when there's people like Ong Ball that fucking deserve insane amounts of recognition for the fucking nonsense that they pulled. Have you guys ever seen a Ong Ball? That guy is insane at the game. Like, genuinely insane. Like, I don't think I've seen anyone more insane at a Souls game than Ong Ball. Dude just does straight up silly shit like level 1 no-hit Malenia. Like, Soul level 1 no-hit Malenia, and that type of shit. That's his bread and butter content. Just freaking crazy. Insane is Happy Hob doing no-hit runs that can lead to serious molding. Oh, Happy Hob is the guy that is the only one that has done the Dark Souls trilogy no-hit, right? Like the entirety of it. That is, yeah, I think I remember that. That was fucking madness. Like, props to him for doing it. I wouldn't have the patience to do that. I would not have the patience to do that. And I don't think I would have the skill to do it either way anyways, even if I tried to. Dude is absolutely crazy. Oh, I actually want more Dark related stuff. You know someone who did it, but I didn't know who. Yeah. He did more than the trilogy. Oh yeah, didn't he do like the entirety... Whoops. Didn't he do like the entirety of the Soulsborne games as well in No Hit? I think he did, right? I could be wrong, but I think he did, right? Dude is an absolute mad lad, though. I would not have the patience to go through all of those games at once. Let alone do them hitless. As much as I like those games, right? But imagine the amount of time that takes. And we get to see the highlights mostly. Check the M's? Sure. Give me a second, Ragna. I have no DMs from you, Ragna, so I guess it's not here. Oh. Okay, that's a good one. That's a good one. Patience, you don't even have the skill. I don't have the skill or patience to do either, so. That's a good one. All dark damage increases by 40%. Yes, please. And I want more dark related synergies. Yes, please. You need patience to get good? Yes, a lot of it. Just getting good is a patience test on its own, to some extent. Like, I know some people that get kind of annoyed when they watch me play Souls games, because generally speaking, I will try to understand the timings. Meaning that I may spend like an hour on one thing and not progress the story or do anything. I'm trying to avoid doing that in my Sekiro playthrough though this time around, because I know it gets annoying very quickly. I remember one of my friends that was watching me play Elden Ring a while back, and he was like, dude, why do you keep trying to parry this thing over and over? I'm like, I'm just trying to learn the timing, leave me be. I'm just trying to learn it. Let's see. Trigger basic attack, all black holes last plus 1 second. I'm gonna swap this for the other one. calming down and watching shit go crazy, and it's a niche itch you have, really. Okay, hopefully we can clean this up. Whatever, just die. We should have more things to do. Oh, I got hit. Damn it. I would watch you figure out that kind of stuff if it wasn't 1:30 a.m. when you stream. Fair enough. Fair enough. That is fair enough. But it's like, for example, when I'm trying to figure out a boss, like, this is something that also why, for example, I'm not sure if I'm gonna stream when I'm trying to do, Savages and Ultimates on FF14 once I get there. Why I'm not too sure about streaming it is that you guys are gonna see, like, a lot of repetition of going through the motions with a boss and just dying, repeating, right? It's probably not super interesting. I could try to make it interesting, but... You know what I mean, right? It's like, well... Ooh, that was close. Keep hitting me somehow. Also, streaming MMOs is probably not that interesting for y'all, isn't it? Let's see. Where's the... Oh, there. Oh, god. Damn it. The fucking chariot just ran me over. Depends on the MMO, I guess. That's true. MMOs aren't any more or less interesting than gachas. That's fair enough, yeah. MMO gameplay walkthroughs are dying. Yeah, I mean, it's not the most interesting thing, right? It's hard to keep a lot of these things like super interactive and engaging unless the people are already into that MMO in the first place. I mean, we could try some weekends, right? I could stream some Endwalker or something. Because I'm almost there, actually. I'm almost at Endwalker. We could try it out as an experiment. Would be very interesting to see the reaction of people to me playing FF, not gonna lie. Remember watching gameplay walkthrough so I could experience them since you couldn't try them yourself? Oh, I see. That's a very specific niche, isn't it? That black hole is just freaking... Get Blackfold nerd. You can stream some NTR through that. No money for games? That's absolutely fair enough. We've all been there. We've all been there. Part of what motivates me to make money is literally so that I can play my hobbies in peace. Quite literally. What happens if I quick apply? Yeah, okay, no. No, that's not gonna... No. Just no. Just no. What the fuck is this? No. Kuro games, please. At least pretend you're trying. Okay, Luna. Where is Selena and the other one? There's 21. And now we need Selena. And on this one, I guess the one that would make the most sense is the physical team here. I'm gonna put Rosetta here, and then we're gonna put Liv. I'm really tempted to put this Liv actually in here, even though it's probably not ideal. Or I could just put the other Liv. No, actually, let's just leave this Liv in here. That's fine. There is this animation about a sexiest dude who fucks a wormhole. Damn. Let me swap, please. Thank you very much. There we go. Imperia does would do more than Alpha and Rosetta alone. I'm not getting a PS5, so I'm only interested in watching Stellar Blade being played by someone else. I wish FF14 you would watch that. You don't play it, but you would like to learn about it. Looked interesting. It is a pretty fun game, actually, Lost. Believe it or not, it's a very, very fun game. I've been enjoying it quite a bit. Very interesting community, too. We don't talk about what happens in limbs at fucking 2 in the morning. It would leave you scarred for life. You'd be surprised by what I've seen already. Like, I thought they freaking put RP players in their own little RP servers that we nicknamed gulags, but apparently not. Balmug in Olda. Yeah, that too. That too. Fucking Olda too. But yeah, I wish Stellar Blade was not a PS exclusive. I would play the fuck out of it on stream. I guess we're gonna grab Karina Ember. Fuck it. Lucia Dawn, I guess. At least pretend you're trying to give me something good, game. Nanami Pulse, I guess. Fuck it. Because why not? Go have a look. Save him. And prepare for battle. If it is one of them games that you used to watch, now you gotta rewatch them because children. The FF games are amazing. Oh, fucking hell. That reminds me of a tweet that I saw recently while I was browsing stuff for content creation. Oh, that had me rolling. There is a guy that was basically bitching about the fact that they were saving the environment and Earth messages in FF7. And they thought that those things got added into the remake because of modern sensibilities or something. Without knowing that, you know, the original freaking FF7 already had those in it. That tweet had me rolling, and the guy got roasted to living hell. The guy got roasted to living hell on Twitter. That had me rolling so much. Twitter is special. Sometimes, I gotta say. Yeah, I wish I was kidding, Tootie. I wish I was kidding. I wish I was kidding. It was fucking hilarious. That fucking had me rolling like crazy. Wait, repeat ain't no way? You think that's bad? Oh, I know there's probably way worse. Was wondering why WhatsApp groups go up to 256 and why WhatsApp would pick up such a specific number. Wait, what? A tech journalist was wondering why. People do some RP favors in game currency. There is that too, yeah. F is one of the game back and forth everything, yeah. But yeah, I wish I was joking about the whole FF7 thing that I saw on Twitter. It just had me rolling there. It's probably because of a storage unit thing. It's very likely to be that, yeah. Generally speaking, those type of very weird specific numbers are due to storage in bits and everything. In bytes, I mean. That would be my assumption, though. I'm not a tech expert, though, so... One of the comments on the article was literally, if you have to wonder why 256 is a specific number, but you should give it being a tech journalist. Oh no. Oh, that is a scalding comment. Oh. Giga Chat's just spawning behind her. Damn. That is a freaking hentai waiting to be written. Tech journalist as is a YouTuber. I would assume probably more something along the lines of a, you know, something similar to game journalists in websites. Isn't that like the most common storage unit's capacity? Yeah, I believe so. How close am I to Capriccio? Still ways off, unfortunately. Still ways off. This is why I'm trying to finish this before hopping into Nikke, by the way. Because I want to get a little bit closer to Capriccio. Just a little bit closer. Whoops. Man, these things are tanky, though. In all fairness, if you're supposed to be a tech journalist, these are the type of things that you wouldn't frame on their why is that a thing? Rather, you would investigate it and then explain it to people. If you're not sure about it. But then again, you should probably know about it already. In all fairness. No shame in not knowing something, though. I gotta say. For example, I already mentioned this multiple times. I'm in the finance field, and oftentimes I just find myself Googling stuff or researching stuff from finance just to make sure either I understand it or to just double check something that I don't know about, that I would rather, you know about than assume what it actually is. Yeah, how's it going, Garden of Shadows? There we go. Trying to get a 12 pen drive, and it's like $25.60. Okay. Most game journalists don't know how to play games. Yeah, that's true. Wait, it's Garden of Dead Shadows. Whoops, I botched your name. 10th of Meowing. Is that a scam or am I stupid? Honestly, I would look at more options just to be sure, and I would make sure that the place that I'm buying from is not freaking wish.com or something like that, right? I would look at, properly regulated places to buy my tech stuff. I'm not too sure about component prices these days, though. I'm not gonna lie. I only look at them when I'm looking to upgrade my computer or when I'm looking to buy stuff. Otherwise, I feel it's a waste of time to look at prices of those things. Unless I'm going to buy something. It's just me, though. I'm not saying that this is how people should manage it. I just don't tend to look at those type of things unless I'm going to buy something. I'd rather spend my time doing something else, right? If that makes sense. Upgrade from your GTX 1070. Fuck off, Toonie. I am planning on eventually upgrading, but that will happen eventually. The only other time where I look at prices of these type of things is when a friend asks me about it for recommendations, right? And even when I do that, I also ask another one of my friends who actually does this for a living for his opinion. Why would I look for laptop accessories on Wish? I mean, I'm just making sure. Right? I'm just making sure. Because you'd be surprised by what some people buy. So I'd rather just make sure than assume where you're buying it from. You know what they say about assuming. It makes an ass of both you and me. Of assume, sorry. The saying is what they say about assume. Man, Liv Imperia is something else, isn't she?
Potverdomme!
Potverdomme indeed. You misunderstood who it was for? Oh yeah, my computer runs on a 1070 Kun. Rather unfortunate, but it is what it is. What I was thinking of doing is basically saving up to upgrade into... Basically, the upgrade that I want to do is buy a whole new computer and keep the current one for dual computer streaming and stuff like that. Yo, Y Alpha, probably. Oh, thanks for the hydrate, Zmuff. Much appreciated. Oh, fuck's sake. I was drinking water, you piece of shit. Piece of shit, I was drinking water. Come on. There we go. Lol distraction, yeah. No, that's not the song, Toonie. If you're curious about the song, I'll show you, though. Because this is a playlist that I put for this stream. So, if you're looking for it, it's Belt and Weasel. And this is the Slam Quarantine Festival from 3 years ago. Basically, for today, I put an entire playlist of slam radio. These are like DJs from the Netherlands who has like pretty good, pretty house music. I gotta say. So earlier it was a Chocolate Puma. Now it's Belt and Weasel, and then we'll see what else we get. But yeah, they do tend to remix some random classical music occasionally, or other stuff into their thing. Time for Climax. Because I do have song requests on, but I have not enabled the playlist for song requests. So currently it still thinks that it's the last... it still believes that it's the last one. But yeah, nice distraction, Zemov. God dang it. Okay, now Selena is gonna go to the middle, so... Just gotta wait with 21 here. Yo, so how's it going? How's the punishing going? Pretty good. Have you seen the AI-generated motivation videos? Not yet. I have not seen them yet. That sounds pretty silly, though. But pretty good. Speaking of punishing, Cherimu had me rolling the other day. Because she had a look at my schedule and she was like, wait, I thought it was punishing the Nikkeis. I was like, what the hell is going on? She had me rolling with that comment. I was like, punishing the Nikkeis. That could be a fun content for one day. Don't? Okay, I see. It sounds like something genuinely as bad as the freaking quote-unquote financial advice TikToks that I've been watching lately. Because I talked about bad financial advice the other day, and I was like, how bad is it these days? It's so much fucking worse. It's so much fucking worse. Like, that level of negligence in terms of quote-unquote advice that they're giving is incredibly fucking dangerous. And don't underestimate bad financial advice. Bad financial advice, especially by non-professionals, is the same as bad medical advice by non-professionals, because you're ruining people's lives as a result. It's so bad. Spot of lag? Wait, what do you mean by spot of lag? Is the stream having issues? Imagine listening to a 24-year-old that got lucky as a 34-year-old investor. It's not even that, Blazion, is that some of that stuff is downright incredibly dangerous. And a lot of these people fake their success. So you gotta remember that too. Yeah, there is that too as well, you know. Like, there is no reason to listen to those type of advice. It's like bad advice too. But what do you mean, Zal, by spot of lag? Is my stream having issues? Or what is happening? The game itself seemed to be stuttering momentarily. Is it better now, or is it still stuttering, Zal? Oh, frick, it's too... What? Oh yeah, have a good one, Blazion. Seems okay at the moment. Thanks a lot, Zal. Yeah, have a good one, Blazion. Thanks for dropping by. I appreciate it. We're gonna finish this and then go on to Nika, and then we'll go into the just chatting stuff as well. That's gonna be quite a bit of fun. Whoop. Hello there. Why, hello there. But have a good one, Blazion. Thanks a lot for dropping by. I appreciate it. 2 in the morning. That means that you're probably from the Southeast Asia time zone? Or maybe further into the east of Europe. Oh, I dodged too soon. That little laugh that she has is really funny though. Like that unhinged little laugh. I love that unhinged laugh so much. I want to turn it into a sound notification, honestly. I just love that unhinged laugh so much. It's like Vera's voice lines as well when she's like completely unhinged. Rem voice actor? Really? Wait, that's Rem's voice actors? Oh, that's so good.
Cox.
Inore Minase? That's crazy. I mean, technically, she does do the unhinged voices pretty good. It's just very funny to think about it. Yeah, good luck catching Selena in her fucking ult. Good luck catching Selena in her fucking ult. Each ability acquired will grant a buff. Or we can just go for more black holes. I guess we can go for more black hole damage. And where does this go? That's right, in the black hole. And where do these enemies go? That's right, the black hole. There you go. Get fucking sucked, fuckers. There. And there. Can we trigger another? Oh, perfect. He's getting sucked again into it. Oh, perfect. Go. And another black hole, perfect. And another one. Let's just make another one. Whoop. And another one. Perfect. What do you mean, huh? What? It's crazy that to me, Vera is a Armin alert. That's true. What's crazy as well is that Vera is also... The person that voiced Vera also voiced Helm in Nikke. And another black hole, perfect. And... Oh, I didn't dodge that in time. There. Where are they? Oh, for fuck's sake, they're all the way over there. Because of course they are. You love that meme, don't you? Oh yeah. That meme is so much fun. Because honestly, if you think about it, this way, right? It's a meme, but at the same time, it's also something about how meta works in games, how users use certain things. Like, it fits into so many things as well that it just lives in my head. Like, it's such a good representation of so many things. Guess we're gonna grab even more of these. And cadenzas too, fuck it. We're gonna upgrade everything. Today happens to be the last day of Union Raid. Thought it feels like it was over ages ago. Wait, today's when Union Raid ends? That's crazy. Honestly, it feels so weird to say that Union Raid is ending today. Because for me, it's been over since the first day, right? So I don't really keep track of those dates anymore. And I think for a lot of people, that's the case too. Like, it's over basically in the first day for a lot of people these days. You only imagine that one-day race must be thrilling. I wish it was, honestly. I genuinely wish it was thrilling. It's fun, but it's also quite exhausting because at this point we're just going through the motions. So a lot of people just get burnt out from it. That's why, for example, I believe Sky went casual because of that. He was just getting burned out from Union Raid. Because it's always a freaking speedrun. Because it's not as thrilling as, say, for example, participating in the Race to World First in World of Warcraft or something. At this point, you already know roughly the ballpark of where you're going to rank. Newbie still do UR for 6 days, that's true. Yeah, how's it going, right on? Why are normal pulls so scuffed? You got D-killer wife? No, he's still running away from you, damn. That is interesting. That is quite interesting. But yeah, like, for us, it's just going through the motions at this point. We know that unless we fuck up majorly, we are going to rank... oops. We know... Unless we fuck up majorly, we're going to rank... how's it called? We're going to rank either 3rd or 4th. Unless we fuck up majorly. Which at this point is hard to do, because we've already gone through this so many times that that it's increasingly hard to fuck up. At least this hard. And the only people that we quote-unquote would need to beat to get a better ranking are so far ahead of us that it's not really worth considering. It's not even worth considering. They'll shift up to give out a selector for half penny. I mean, I could tell them that, but it's not like they would listen to me. Oh, goddammit, I'm getting juggled to death, aren't I? Okay, let's go for this. Ah, these fireballs though. Okay, now we need LTB, LTA, 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 LTX. And now we go for this. And bam! Get nuked. You from all the rewards in RDF and still don't know the lore behind it, really? Those enemies look like Eggman robots. They do, don't they? They kind of do remind me of that too. And Eggman and okay, who played Sonic Adventure here? Man, that was so much fun. The original Sonic Adventure. I had so much fun with that. And I played that as a kid so fucking much. I played it on the Sega Dreamcast personally. God, yes, yeah. You actually read the RDF lore? Oh, Recitativo di Fantasia. I haven't read the lore either, so I have no idea what it's about. My knowledge of Recitativo di Fantasia goes as deep as my knowledge of Shadowbringers. Your cousin had a Dreamcast? Fun times? Oh, fun times, yeah. Absolutely fun times. Distract the monster. Bet RDF is sunshine, rainbows, and butterflies. It's a fantasy. Ah, yes. Who the hell is Hosherfant? It's probably nobody important, though, since I haven't met him yet. In a while, at least. Probably nobody important. So where is Hamlet at? Bro. Bro, where the fuck are you? Oh, there you are. Hide you UI, yeah. This boss is amazingly fun, by the way. So, chat, you guys have never seen me fight him, didn't you? This boss is incredibly, incredibly fun. If I don't kill him too quickly, though. Because he might actually just get nuked before he does anything interesting. There's one hand. There's two hands. Where's the other hand? No one down. Now we need to get the last one. The music kinda almost fits, doesn't it? Eventually lead us to find traces of the real Selena. Okay, here it goes. Here it comes. I fucking love this so much. Okay, so we regained our ability to move, so there is that. What did we regain? Oh, defeat Hamlet. Great. That's not a very useful thing. Okay, we gained the ability to... Where's my ping ability? Where's my ability to dodge? Come on, give it back. Give it back. Okay, we know the... Oh, perfect. So we gained the ability now to attack again. Perfect. I think we're back to normal. It's such a creative boss, I gotta say. I love it. Too bad I might kill him too quickly, though. Oh, what are you gonna steal this time? Oh, you fucking stole my ability to dodge. Really? Motherfucker. My ability to dodge. That's not kosher. Just freaking get nuked. What are you stealing this? Oh, fuck. Now you reverse everything. Okay, so let's see. Right is left. Forward is... Okay. Forward is forward. Right is left. Left is right. Okay. He still has 5 HP bars left. 200 and 3,000, and now you have negative BC. Yeah, I know. Such a fun joke. I fucking love it. I fucking love it. This boss is so much fun. The darkness reminds you of the Sushi boss in Nier. Imagining a Souls boss like this, that would be amazing. Honestly, it's such a creative type of boss. I freaking love the concept. Bosses that mess with UIs and stuff like that, I freaking love it. Let's see. Behind the curtain. I could just increase the cadenza acquisition efficiency and everything, or I could just further modify my damage. And maybe, just maybe further... Cadenza, I guess, inspiration would be nice, though. Increasing your recruitment attempts is also pretty neat. 10% discount at the... Okay, yeah, we'll grab this. Reruns +1. I guess we'll go for the cadenza, and then for the marked... whatever. There. And now we get even more shards for Selena. We're still a few off, though. We're still a few off. Oh, we can get one more shard, though. There. Now we have 11 shards left until we unlock Selena. That's pretty nice. You gave up when you reached that boss? Really? To check out the pull-out boss, the game genre suddenly changes mid-fight. I love those things. How much currency did you get per run? You didn't see how much you got just now. You get quite a few thousands per run. It depends on the difficulty level. Yeah, I'm very close to the flute waifu. You get quite a few thousand per run. Also, you have a daily reward as well. Now, the reason why I don't have the flute waifu yet is because I personally have not been farming it super hard. Chini got her pretty quickly, from what I remember. I personally did not farm super hard. So I'm slowly acquiring it, if that makes sense. Slowly but surely acquiring it. Wait, didn't I press whatever triggered here? There we go. I should probably also put the Gamba for today's Rockas. Oh, snap. Twitch bugged out, really? Okay. Interesting. My Twitch window thingy just snapped out of existence. There we go. I'll put it on 15 minutes. Oh, I guess 10 minutes is good enough for y'all. During her patch's release, there was 30 free Selena shards? Really? 16 shards right now? I mean, you'll get her eventually. You'll definitely get her eventually. Yeah, this is the infamous square hole dorm room, by the way, for those who were curious about it. Welcome to the square hole. Wait, where the hell is... Oh yeah, she's out on commission, isn't she? Hey, Hey, at least it's very good at giving beauty, comfort, and utility at the same time. Gotta love it. Dorm room suddenly playing The Sims, yeah. So I need 21 of these for the level up. So it's in a while anyway, so I could probably unlock another dorm room. How many do I need? 5. Okay, that's... I can probably buy 5 of these, right? Oh, wait, I cannot. I am 9 short for the next one down. Gotta love it. What did we get? Oh, we got the prayer thingy, didn't we? Yeah. Also the little kid cooking Lulu. The cooking Lulu. The true endgame of PGR. Imagine ironically playing The Sims on stream. I could do that. I'm a variety streamer. Of course I could do that. Don't give me ideas though. Okay, time to go on to Nika though. I'm pretty sure PGR just crashed when I tried to close it. Yep. Oh, that's fine. That is fine. Oh, is this Oh yeah, Oliver Holden's. It's not a bad mix, actually, I gotta say. It's not a bad one. Okay, time for some Nika though. I see no hot take on the wife. What's the is she good for Manu Tower? She is quite good, yes. I use her on Manu Tower personally, and she's also good in general. She provides cooldown reduction. She provides synergies for peer sniper rifles. So think things like what was my final ranking? Rank 4. Okay. Think things like what's it called? Like Alice, like Red Hood, future peer snipers that will be introduced into the game. She provides very steady and good cooldown reduction, actually, if you invest into her. And generally speaking, she's just quite good. Quite a solid pick. The reason I've not been doing hot take videos is because the amount of effort and time sink into them is very difficult for me to pull off. Especially because we don't get the kits until 24 hours before the Nika gets released, which is absolutely dog. It's really, really bad. The fact that they give Nikkei kits 24 hours before the Nikkei gets released is something that I will never get behind when it comes to shift-up communication and decision-making. It's so bad. Both for the players as consumers and for content creators as well. Especially those who want to cover the game. It's really bad. I don't understand why they haven't tried to improve that facet, but they probably have a lot of things to deal with anyways. So it is what it is, but... You know what? I'm gonna grab these extra goodies. Credits are gonna be a scarce resource later on. Same for USBs, so... I might as well collect some of them while I can. If only they do it like 3 days before release or something. Or a week or something, yeah. It would give me more time to do a proper theorycraft analysis and everything, and just, you know, spread the work of the video across multiple days. And it would also allow players to just communicate in general, instead of having like this very hot take type of scenario before they come out, and then after they come out, you know, testing revealing something different. What would make battle data after the 200 wall? Oh, sweet summer child. Go to your synchro device and look at the cost of your battle data per level. It ramps up. Same for credits. It ramps up. There will come a point where you will need everything. There will come a point where you will need absolutely everything. It's gross. Oh, by the way, if you thought that it's going to be 10k core dust forever, you're wrong as well. It's 11k core dust for me now, per level. Oh no, for me it's 11k per. That's even worse. You're at 234 now? Yeah. No, everything ramps up. I'm not at the battle data break point yet where it becomes really disgusting. But every single resource continuously increases. Ketchup cake? Oh, unironically, okay. So curse knowledge time. You can make a chocolate cake. Well, chocolate cake. You can make a cake out of tomato soup. Is there any problem? Just realized how beautiful my wife is. I appreciate the flattery. Damn, the beautiful wife, isn't it? Even inflation exists in the game? Yeah, Kinokun. It just ramps up as you level up more and more. That's the next year problem then? Oh, level 300 will come way sooner than you think, Radon. That's the funny part of it. But yeah, inflation does exist in this game too. I mean... I don't know who was talking about it, but... If you wanna, like, look into something incredibly cursed, chat, just Google vulture bee honey. I think Carl on Walking Dead made cookies using tomato soup as a sweetener. Can kick zombie ass and bake. What a woman. Oh, wait, that's the wrong answer. Whoops. If you want incredibly cursed knowledge, just look up vulture bees and look specifically vulture bee honey. Also called meat honey. Sounds nice, like paired with steak. Oh, it's honey made out of meat from bees. By a specific type of bees. Oh, wait, that's the wrong answer with her too. Damn it. But that is only if you want to have, like, some of the most cursed knowledge ever. I'm not even sure if I can show it on stream, to be honest. Even though it's a type of honey you'd find in your kitchen, it's a remarkable creation of nature. So Googled it. It's still edible? Yes, it is edible. A little bit. It is edible. Like, don't get me wrong, it is edible. Let me just... I'll look it for you guys, okay? There. Okay, so everyone that does not want to see this, you can go away for 10 seconds. 10, 15 seconds. I'll give you 5 seconds. Quote unquote trigger warning or whatever you want to call it. I'll give you guys 10 seconds to get out of here and then come back in like 20 seconds, okay? 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. This is meat honey from the vulture bees. I'll skip dinner on this evening, yep. Okay, now I'll remove it. But I didn't raise no bitch. You stand corrected. Okay, it's safe now, chat. Believe it's different due to experience, yep. Good old curse knowledge. You know when I say that it's cursed, it's genuinely cursed. uh,
もらってばかりで面目。坊ちゃんはいつも私を楽しませてくれるな。いつか私からもごちそうさ。最近は
there we go.
坊ちゃんと
Some good advice sessions. Imagine not taking the advice of looking away.
ああ、待ちわびることの楽しさよ。
You know when I say it, it's for good reason. But yeah, that is some layers of curse knowledge most people don't wanna know. Unfortunately, I am burdened with the knowledge. You know how I learned about vulture bees and meat honey though? It's a pretty funny story. We were talking about such a nerd topic though. We're talking about with friends like how could a place that is locked in eternal winter make mead, which is made out of honey? Because there is no flowers, there is no anything, right? So how could they do it? And then we were like, there are like type of carnivorous bees, right? Or carnivorous things in the family of the bees. And then we decided to have the bright idea of Googling whether it's possible for things to do to make honey out of protein or meat. And unfortunately, we found the answer. The more we know, I guess. Exactly. Unfortunately, we found the answer, and it was not what we wanted to see. Fucking D&D talks. I swear to God. When the curiosity gets the best of you. Oh, I didn't burst in time for the reload to trigger. That's unfortunate. Honestly, I am considering what's it called, leveling Privity's reload buff. I feel it's possible for me to do ratio 50 though. I might try at one of these streams to do ratio 50. I need to look into how long this is going to be around though. This is ratio 50. I'm going to need to farm the buffs though. Because if I enter right now, I'm going to be so underpowered. I'm going to be so incredibly underpowered if I try this right now. It's going to be around for a month, isn't it? So I have the time for it. Let's see. So, Central and Black are my targets. Got it. Give me my targets. Oh, there's Black. I believe this loses to this, right? This is significantly slower than this, I believe. Plenty of time to have at it? Yeah. Buffs reset in 2 weeks. Perfect. Yeah, that gives me time to go at it. I could do it on one of my molding Mondays. Oh, wait, that loses? Really? How did that lose? Interesting. I guess I'm gonna have to use the other team. And have at it. Where is he, though? Because I need to regain those points now. Interesting, though, that loses. I thought for sure my team was faster. Where is the... So glad for the quick battle option, yeah. It does make it a little bit harder to figure out why the teams fail, though. When they do fail. And also, why is it... Oh, wait. Sensual was there. I need to find either Sensual or Black thingy. Where is he? Oh, there's Black. Okay, so this team, in theory, loses to this, then. You can turn it off and find out the reason why you're losing. Yeah, but you would need to... I could have also used the replay reason as well. There's like a replay button that I forgot about. This is fine, though. But yeah, you can also turn it off. There, we're just going to strike him a couple of times. But yeah, the quick battle option is really good. Once you know your bracket, it should be fine. Yeah, exactly. Once I know my bracket, it's all good. Honestly, the fact that they show you the entire enemy lineup is pretty bad for defenders. For the ones that need to defend against hits. Because you know exactly how to counter them. So for example, this team, I believe, should lose to this. I believe the enemy team loses to this, and there's not a big CP gap, so it should be fine. We wonder if Mustang congratulates you for winning when you lose. There we go. And the damage dealt by my Scarlet, of course, just deleted everything. It's really funny that we're finding more and more ways to get around Noah's Shield. As the meta evolves, we're just finding more and more ways for one-tap teams or for certain teams to just get around the Noah Shield. And it's being useful at this level is just crazy, or all is just cracked. It's not so much Rocket Launcher as it is the insane burst generation that Anis has. That's because the meta is centered around bursting quickly. A lot of the meta is centered around bursting very quickly. So it's Modernia, so I need this team. I think I'm going to have to make space for her. For PvP, yeah, definitely. SP brackets change tomorrow. Hopefully it's nothing too bad, honestly. I hope it's not gonna be too bad. Wait, I missed the... Did I miss the wing shot? Oh well, it is what it is. That's fine too. I think I messed up my shot and didn't hit the body or the wing. One or the other. And quick battle this. Oh, one Roka. Okay, we got one. We got one Roka. I'll take it. One Roka is fine. I'll take it. Everyone fucking chose one, though. I hope the brackets will get better. I don't know if I want to bother with tower today, to be honest. Manufacturing tower rankings. So Missilis is today. Yeah, I'm still good, and I'm still good on this. What are the reward rankings for these things again? So the next one is, oh, if I clear this one, 225. And if I clear this one, do I get anything? Oh, it's for the 225 as well here. So 4-ish stages. Water time, thanks a lot. Dreadlord. How's my day per usual? Yeah. HSR update will blow your phone. We'll have to... that will be interesting. And I'm looking forward to pulling Fracron tomorrow. I'm very much looking forward to that. Akron pulls and whatnot. So many gacha to catch up on the... You know what? I'm gonna go left Chen here. Because I had a feeling this will happen. Nagatia is such a godsend for Missile Tower, I gotta say. They synergize pretty well with Maxwell teams as well. These two down, and down you go. Nagatia just made Missile Tower so much easier. And, well, the fact that Leader is there too, of course. You hate Elysian Tower, you have no real B3? Yeah. Elysian Tower is the worst to progress out of them all. My Elysian Tower is still stuck on 210 at the moment. Like, my Elysian Tower is still stuck at 210. All the other ones that I have not progressed very deep into, except Elysian, are mostly because I'm just being lazy. If we ignore the random glass stages on... If we ignore the random glass stages on freaking Tetra Tower, you're hoping D makes things easier for you? Oh, she definitely does. Because you finally have an additional cooldown reduction option for Elysian that is not Summer Helm. So that does help a lot. That actually does help a lot. You only have Julia for B3 Elysian? Oof. Yeah, that is bad. That is bad. That is pretty bad. Just gonna go with left burst here. Okay, we should be good. Okay, and now we just take him out. Perfect. Is it just me? It's noticed you can get a free I like Kaleido through the dorm system. Yes, you can. Wait, we mentioned that a few streams ago, though, Tuni. But yes, you can get a free I like Kaleido from the dorm system. That is very true. I thought we mentioned this like a couple of streams ago, though. Do I want to try again for fucking 248 Pilgrim Tower? This stage... I mean, I guess we could just continue. You spent all your currency on Hypertune mats? Oof, yeah. I made the same mistake initially until I saw the Kaleido. Someone in the stream actually mentioned it to me. I think it was Fritz that mentioned to me that you could get... Kaleido shards from... Oh, really? Can I not? Can I really not get that thing? Oh, well, whatever. This is fine. This is fine. There we go. How's my day? Pretty good. Thanks for asking, Dreadlord. I hope your day's been going great, too. Kaleido's not fun to play, in your opinion? I haven't tried enough Kaleido to have an opinion on her. She seemed pretty weird when I tried her. She seemed to have, like, some very weird, Oh, that's not good. Not good. I think I know what this stage is, and I'm not gonna enjoy it. Isn't this like the iron fucking version of what I think it is? Oh, we lost Nihilister. Is this what I think it is? This HSR update will be the end of your phone? Yeah. Yeah, the HSR update is gonna be quite something for a lot of people. It's something that people that play on PC don't often think about. They may have taken too much damage already. That's bad. No, yeah, they took too much damage already. Damn. I'm not gonna hyper mold this though. Fucking. I do want to get to 250 Pilgrim Tower, or was it? Yeah, I think it was 250. I do want to reach that. Oh, god damn it. Red Hood took some damage there. That's not good. No, we lost mod. God damn it, we needed mod. We needed fucking mod for this glass rapture over here. God damn it. Also, Doro. The Doro burst almost killed it. And now he's just gonna heal back up because I cannot freaking pierce it to save my life. He's just gonna heal back up to full, isn't it? You know what? Fuck it. I'm gonna time out anyway, so I may as well just fucking try to see what the boss is. I actually might not even be able to make it. Even to the boss. I'm gonna time out before that. Okay, there. So what is gonna be the boss? Yeah, this is a copy of the fucking 248. I fucking knew it. I fucking knew it. I fucking knew it. It's a copy of the other fucking stage. Oh no, I fucking hate this. I fucking hate that my gut feeling was correct on this one. Fucking hate that my gut feeling was right on this one. It's the exact fucking copy of that stage. 3, 2, 1. The fact that mod got clipped is probably gonna be the end of this run though. Yeah, mod getting clipped was not good here. Because now we're 100% gonna get, yep, a glass boss rapture and everyone is dead and we need to retry this. Why did they think that it was a good idea to put it once in this game and then put it twice in the fucking, like, why game? Why do you put this fucking stage twice? That's so fucking bad. No, Modernia got... she got focused down. Pipe bomb the GIF, yeah. Like, it really does make you want to fucking send them a pipe bomb or something. Holy crap. I'll just finish my dailies soon and just go into the just chatting section. Because this is... Mauling today was not on the menu. Just that I know exactly what this fucking stage looks like, so I might be able to clear it. Gotta kill this piece of shit before it becomes too much of a problem. Ooh, that is bad. I gotta let it be a little bit. Might have wanted to go with the SBS burst, as a matter of fact, here. I need my mod to survive, basically. Okay, this might be it. Oh, this might be it. Stop teleporting. Yeah, there we go. Clap. And apologize for what you did in the Discord. What did you do in my Discord, Gal? Post tomorrow and play. Hopefully you get shafted down. Still sure that person isn't real? What? Let's see. What is happening? Oh, this person. I'll have a look at it later, Gal. Because, yeah, I'll need to have a look at that. The responses are all generic and weird. Yeah, that's fair enough. That could be a bot. I mean, with how AI is these days, right? Oh, it's fucking Train! Choo-choo! Choo-choo, motherfuckers. Choo-choo time, guys. Choo-choo time. Oh, this might actually be bad. I need to get my... I need to get those... Oh, god damn it. Those turrets out of the way. Fucking choo-choo time on fucking Pilgrim Tower. God. Time for Rapunzel for some healing? No, because otherwise I will time out due to a lack of damage. That's the problem. Might need to just delay the first burst. Actually, let's just go with this. There we go. Hopefully this will be... Okay, there we go. Okay, hopefully we can clear this. Holy shit. Okay. So now we're gonna enter the hopefully we can clean this up. Hopefully we can clean this up and transition before it becomes too dangerous, though. Might be a problem, though. They might... Oh, that almost killed my SBS, actually. Woo. Okay, now we transition. Choo choo, motherfuckers. Choo choo, motherfuckers. Choo choo. Reload mod. Please reload. There. There. There we go. Choo choo, motherfuckers. Fuck the train. Oh, that is so annoying. Yeah, how's it going, Mr. Tokau? How's it going, Mr. Tokau? There you go. So that's floor 250 of Pilgrim Tower done. Oh, that's so good. Volume looking booby. How's it going, Jitin? Contains spam. Oh, it thought it was a spam. Interesting. I'll have to look at the moderation settings later as to why it didn't allow that. Interesting, though. I thought I had allowed those type of messages. The KW, yep, 07. So that's Pilgrim Tower 250. Oh, we get an additional Roca for clearing interception 1400 times. That's pretty nice of him. Thanks for the SO. No problem, homie. No problem. As usual. Let's see. We are slowly building back up the Pilgrim mold. Slowly but surely building up that Pilgrim mold. There. Still need to do some of the event stuff, don't I? Oh yeah, I need to do the minigame too. I need to do the minigame. Challenge mode. You misspelled disappointment. Good lord. Okay, up we go. I'm gonna manual Emilia actually, for shits and giggles. She never gets to use her burst though. Oh, I need to put the new skin on Emilia though. I need to put the skin on Emilia, now that I think about it. Let's see. Minigame, story, and one relic. There is the relic, and we'll do story and then minigame. Perfect. That works out perfect. There. But yeah, goddamn aren't the Pilgrim mold's absolute disappointment. Boink. There we go. Our little core dust reserves are going to slowly go up. And time for the minigame. Hard mode. Up we go. 1, 2, 3. Okay, so who is gonna go first? Oh, homie is a ram simp. Interesting. There. And this dude just went like, I love Emilia. Minigame. I love how the minigame is there really to break your rhythm as well, on top of adding an additional layer of minigames into the already existing minigame. There, we bring this there. Bring this here. You go here. You go here. Ram goes here. Who needs the shortcake, though? I need to look at who needs the shortcake. Shortcake is a Rem Simp. Perfect. And then we can just bring this there. Omurice. Amelia will need to clean up some of the places, so we're good. Amelia will need to clean up some of these. I guess we can send Rem as well, and then Rem 2, and then Rem to serve this, and then we're gonna have Rem to serve the omurice. Perfect. The fact that they require also specific characters to serve them food is something else, isn't it? There. This here. This here. You want the salad. You want the salad. You're gonna clean up. You bring the omurice. And we're gonna time out soon, so I guess the salad is a sacrificial lamb. Or I guess we could bring the salad in time, actually. Fuck it. Not the highest of scores, but it kind of worked out. You know when Rem is? Should be in a few days, yeah. A couple days. Almost 6k points, but I still wonder how fucking Naomi gets 8k plus points on this nonsense. Because holy crap, that is actually pretty impressive. That is actually properly impressive. Oh, recruit Nikas. I need to do that too. Righto. I need to not forget to do my daily recruit Nika thing. Let me think. So now I need to just grab the pass thingy. There. Claim this and claim this. Also the outpost stuff too. But yeah, it's pretty soon that Rem comes out. Abnormal thingies. Does Pilgrim not have... Oh, Pilgrim doesn't have enough, huh? Time for extortion of friends luck. 4 or 5 more hours until Akron. Yeah, I'll be pulling tomorrow, personally. I'm not going to be pulling today. As you saw from my schedule, Honkai Star Rail is not on the menu for today, but it will be tomorrow. Let me think. I kind of want to increase Privity's S1, honestly. I'm really tempted, but I think I'm better off saving... I think at this point I'm better off saving skill books, actually. I think I'm better off saving skill books until half anniversary. Just so that I can increase... max out immediately whatever the Pilgrim will be. I think that's the move. That Privity skin, was it free? No, this Privity skin was not free. It was from a battle pass from a while back. It's a pretty good one, though. I really, really like it. It's from a battle pass. So battle passes are these, right? Mission pass, where you get pools and SSR molds, free SSR molds. And then if you pay for the pass, you also get a skin, which is basically limited edition. This current skin is so dead. Not all of them have to be amazing, but some of them are pretty good. So for example, this is also a pass skin. Where's Amelia, though? Because the Amelia one is free for sure, and I know I have it. Because the conditions to getting the free one, which is this one, is just owning Amelia. Perfect. I prefer that to the baseline, actually. This game kind of feels like a Zero Lane. In some regards, I could see why you would say that, but... I mean, in some regards, they're pretty similar. In some regards, they're definitely pretty similar. There we go. The story begs to differ. Oh, for sure. A Red Hood Gacha skin would look so cool, though. Oh, yeah, for sure. For sure. Just give me a second, though, chat. I'll be right back in a second with you, chat. So let me put this here. Okay, so I'll be back in a second, though. So just give me 5 seconds to go to a toilet before we start chatting about a few things. So be right back. Three rock on the alt account, damn. What the fuck are you gonna do? Indicate Dojin tier list? Not today. I still need to figure out a way not to get TOS'd by that. So today is not gonna be that. I need to change the title though, so bear with me for a second, chat. I'm gonna need to remove this for a second. So just bear with me for a sec. So okay, so I'm gonna put the first title here, which is we're gonna talk about Genshin stinginess from a business standpoint of view. Very briefly in this case, now that the dust has settled down. Oh, for fuck's sake, why is there ads right now? I fucking hate this so much. I hate Twitch ads with a passion. Holy crap. But yeah, we're gonna look into this for a bit. So I hope you guys can see the blackboard though. Let's see. There. Okay, perfect. This is working as intended. So now I just need to wait for the freaking ad to finish. Tell me, guys, when you're out of the ad, though. This will probably go on a YouTube video. So, to explain a little bit on the kind of like economics and management possible reasons. I'm not going to say it's the only reason, but from a pure management and economics reason why Genshin is as stingy as it is and why it makes sense for them to do that, at least for now. So I wonder if the ad is over though, because fuck the ads. Have you started recording for YouTube? No, not yet. I'm not going to be recording for YouTube. I'm just gonna grab the VOD and edit it into a video. I'm just waiting for this stupid Twitch ad to end because it's really annoying the crap out of me. Like, this is a pet peeve of mine, is that Twitch just mandates ads, period. I can try to delay them, but the other option that I can delay them 3 times per stream, as you can see here with these news ads. The other way you can just delay this bullshit is by running ads. I hate it with a passion. Okay, so 3, 2, 1. Okay, the ads are fucking over. Finally. So we're going to talk about... Oh, thanks for the hydrate, Dreadlord. You got 4 ads? The ads just finished. What do you mean? Oh, whatever. I fucking hate Twitch. Okay, anyways. So we're going to talk from a perspective of... okay. From a perspective of business. Whoops. And economics. I need a tablet. I need a tablet. So why the tree pulls 3 years, right? It wouldn't have a surprise redeem. Time to be a kick streamer. Imagine. So why do we have this type of system with Genshin, and why I think that it's going to last for quite some time, but it will go away to some extent sooner than later. So what you gotta understand is 2 concepts that I will use. These are very, very basic, fundamental business and economics concepts. Some of you probably already know about these, but we're gonna be applying them to theorize why Genshin is managed the way that it currently is. Just to understand this. So we're gonna look at 2 things. We're gonna look at Porter, and we're going to look at competition. So these are the 2 concepts that we're going to be looking at for why Genshin behaves the way it behaves. Okay. So the first thing is Porter. So we're going to look at Porter 5 forces, which is a very basic concept in business. Oh, come on. There we go. Okay, so the Porter 5 forces, the ones that we're going to look at are mostly 2 of these specific forces. Technically, there are more, but the ones that we're going to look at is the threat of new entries, and the threat of substitution. Does anyone have a surprise redeem? Goddamn. Imagine. Give me a second, though, because I need to refresh this stupid page for a second. There. So we have to look at these 2 things. Oh, okay, whatever. The 2 concepts that we're going to be looking at. Sorry about that. No need to imagine. Keep going. Goddamn. I'll do it in a second. Okay. So the thing that we need to look at is the Porter 5 forces. We're going to look at 2 of them. We're going to look at the threat of substitution, of substitute, and the threat of new entrants. Okay? These are 2 quite important that will also feed into the competition aspect of it. The threat of substitutes is there in the market for your product something that will replace you easily if you don't compete properly with your opposition? And the other threat is the threat of new entrants. Does your market have high barriers or low barriers to entry so that your product gets substituted very easily? And So the things that we need to look into is the threat of substitutes and the threat of new entrants. So does Genshin have a threat of substitution at the moment? right? Does Genshin have a threat of substitution at the moment? Not really. The only thing you could technically substitute it with would be something like Tower of Fantasy within the gacha market, but this is more of an MMO. So it's not a very one-to-one substitute. So that's something that just does not really exist for them. So they're pretty peaceful in that regard. Threats of new entry is another one that for a long time they did not need to worry about. Why? Because a game of the size of Genshin Impact or of the style requires a lot of money. A lot of very big investments. And this is something that we call a barrier to entry. Why do pharmaceutical companies have very little competition? Is one of the reasons why you have very little competition for pharmaceutical companies, for example, it's because there is a very high barrier to entry. Getting those patents, getting those, for example, like the patents for medications, the research, the technology to research further and further costs a pretty penny, so they don't need to deal with this threat of entry. The threat of substitutes for pharmaceutical companies does exist, but it's a little bit complicated, so I'm not going to go into that. But from a business and finance point of view, this is what we would call a barrier to entry. So these two things are something that for years Genshin has not had to worry about. Now, when we talk about competition, there are multiple types of competition. So you guys are... Okay, I'll start booting up the thing so that we can do the fucking redeem. But I'm not gonna enable it during this because this is actually going to go into a YouTube video. So I'll boot it up, but you will have to wait for it. Or I can just refund you. That's whatever. Yeah, I'll refund you in a bit then. I'll refund you in a bit. So there are like two types of, there are a few types of competition. We have perfect competition. We have monopolistic competition. And we have a monopoly, right? Well, there are some more, but I'm not going to go into these because these are the main ones to keep in mind at the moment. Perfect competition, you have low barriers to entry. You have ease of substitute. And a few other things. Basically, it's a very competitive market where it's very good for the consumers because they can find substitutes very easily. Monopolistic competitions are very similar to monopolies. So monopolies, oh yeah, you also have oligopolies, right? This will become an issue later on, by the way. Yeah, I'm not going to put that on YouTube, Ragnar. This is actually going for a YouTube video, so this is not going to go into the YouTube video regardless. So these are the type of compositions to keep in mind. So monopolies are very simple. You have one singular that provides the service, right? So if you have only one singular company or one single entity that controls an entire market, that's what we call a monopoly. That is really bad for consumers because if that's the only option that you have to buy a service, then you're fucked because they can do whatever they want. They can do whatever the fuck they want. Oligopolies is very close to a monopoly, but it's very few companies control the entire market. So think, for example, electricity. Think, for example, internet service providers. In some countries, think, for example, the car market. Those are very common examples of oligopolies, where very few control the entire market. Now, the one that I want to talk the most about is monopolistic competition, because this is a type of competition. Let me just, hold on. Let me just erase everything real quick. Okay, so how do I... Oh, what? Oh, god damn it. How do I... There. Okay, so monopolistic competition. Right. Monopolistic competition means that the products that are... It's a competition. So it's kind of very similar to perfect competition. But there is differentiation. Oh, I cannot type for shit. There is differentiation. So the differentiation factor is what allows them to have something similar to a monopoly. Now, one of the common examples for monopolistic competition is, for example, the burger industry. So McDonald's is different from Burger King, even though they're competing in the same. They are competing with each other. AMD is competing with Nvidia and so on. You can substitute them, but it's not the same product. It's not the same things that they provide. Generally speaking, monopolistic competition is not that big of an issue. So Genshin can be categorized as monopolistic competition because they have differentiation, but they're still gacha games. So they're still within the gacha within the gacha segment. So if you don't want to play Genshin, but you still want to play gacha games, you can play other things like Nikke, you can play other things. There are other options. It's not a true monopoly. What gets really tricky, though, is that in a monopolistic competition, depending on how severe the differentiation factor is, the monopolistic effect that it has on the consumers becomes more and more severe. So, for example, if you think about how many gacha games that are Breath of the Wild style, open world gacha games, right, that are like massive single player with a little bit of multiplayer with co-op, RPGs that are kind of Breath of the Wild style. Well, the only one is really Genshin Impact, right? Genshin is literally the only one. Right? Genshin is literally the only one at the moment on the market. So you have high barriers to entry. You have a very close to monopoly. Right? You have a close to monopoly. You have high barriers to entry because it's very expensive to create one of these games. And within the gacha market, they're basically the only ones, right? And the threat of substitutes, right, is just not there because they're the only ones of that specific style within the market. So what does this mean? It means that they can take monopolistic practices almost as much as they want. They can take these monopolistic practices, and they know it. They absolutely know it. They absolutely know it. They know they can take these monopolistic practices because who else are you gonna go for this type of specific service, right? All of the gacha crowd that likes this Breath of the Wild RPG games, where are you gonna go else for that, right? What up, Dreadlord? There is no real substitution here. So they know this, and they know that they can get away with being as stingy as they want because they're the only real possibility here. Again, monopolistic competition with a very high barrier to entry, no real substitute. They can do whatever they want. So you have this situation where you have this singular entity. Now, they can get away with being as stingy as they want. 3 years, 3 wishes. What is the player base going to do about it? Let's be real here for a second. And that is something that is going to piss a lot of people off because that's the kind of like economics and management of it, is that they know they can get away with it. So they're trying to get as much as possible without any real consequences. Now, what's going to be interesting, though, is when games that are actual competitions in their direct segment are going to enter. Oh, god dang it. Why is this so dumb there? Why is this thing so Okay, so what's going to be interesting is when you have things like Wuthering Waves. I should probably make a new page here. There. So when you have Wuthering Waves, what was the name of Azure Promelia? I think it was called. I'm just going to put Azure. You have Wuthering Waves, you have Azure, and whether other games that will come in the future that actually enter the market and that are genuine threats of substitutions. When this happens, they will actually try start to compete for real. By Bomihoyo's office. Damn. So you have these genuine threats. Hopefully they don't bomb. Hopefully they do well, because if they do well, they will be genuine threats. Once they become genuine threats, well, you have substitutions. If the player base gets fed up, right? Well, they'll just substitute and just go to one of these. And MiHoYo is not stupid. They don't want this to happen. They absolutely do not want this to happen. So they will be forced to some extent to be less and less stingy because they cannot get away with it. By the way, the 3 years, 3 wishes thing, some people theorize that that it was a tactic so that they can increase it to like 10 or 20 and the player base would feel that they won, right? And if the player base didn't react, they would be just happy giving this away. I don't know how real that is, but it is a business practice to... it is a genuine business practice to lowball somebody so that they have something called the anchoring effect. So that they think that, well, this is low. Well, if they give something less low, because of the anchoring effect, they will think that this is good. Because they will have still this idea of the lowball in their minds, whether they want to or not. Yeah, 3 byte bombs. You're generating currency out of nothing. It doesn't cost. It does cost them in the sense that the currency that they generate, it doesn't cost them anything to them. Okay, no cost. No direct cost would be the thing. But it's an opportunity cost loss. Giving away free wishes means that there is a chance that people wouldn't buy them because they got some for free, right? So by not giving away free wishes, the expectation would be that people would buy them. Now, you don't want to piss off your player base too much because even if there is no threat of substitution, even if there is no threat of new entrants in the horizon, if you piss them off too much, they're just not going to bother engaging with the product in the first place. So they still need to give some sense of, you know, we care about you. Corporations don't care about you. They care about the bottom line. It costs an intern's salary. That's a good way of putting it. So that is why I don't think that no matter how much the player base, you know, in Genshin Impact or in any future game that finds itself in a similar situation kicks a fuss, as long as the casual, right? The casual, broader player base, which represents like frickin', I don't know, like 80% of the player base, maybe more, who knows? The casual player base, as long as they're still, you know, somewhat content, doesn't matter. They're still good to go. Because also the hardcore ones, quite a few of them have something called sunk cost fallacy. So it doesn't even matter for them in many regards. So as long as there is not this threat of substitution in terms of economics, of substitution and new entrants, they have no real reason to do anything to change. Right? They have absolutely no reason to really change much. They will still change a little bit. They'll still try to make a good product to keep the people engaged, but they have no real incentive to be less stingy. Even if you review bomb whatever application, Honkai Star Rail or whatever it is, there's no real reason for them to change economically speaking, right? There's no real reason to until you have this threat, because what are you going to do? And that is the reason why Genshin is not changing anytime soon until you have this happening. Because at the moment, they're engaging in a monopolistic competition. Right? Now, monopolistic competition can be a good thing because, as I established, clothing brands, restaurants, all of that is monopolistic competition. You don't go to a certain restaurant because you prefer a different restaurant. You go to Five Guys because you prefer it over McDonald's. You go to, I don't know, you go buy Uniqlo because you prefer it over whatever other clothing brand there is. I'm not very well versed in brands. That's monopolistic competition. And generally speaking, it's not a big issue. Except when you have severe cases like these, like Genshin Impact, where it approaches a true monopoly in every sense of the word. Because there is no close enough substitute that you can actually consider it a competition. Now, the other thing that is very funny, though, is that I talked about Azure Promelia. I talked about Wuthering Waves. And we have Genshin, right? Now, here is a different type of issue. And this is economics again. We only have 3, assuming that they all go and they don't bomb, right? You have 1, you have 2, you have 3. This is what we call an oligopoly. This is bad. This is really bad. So, oligopolies are when there are very few that control the market. Right? There are very few that... I mistyped that. Whoops. That control the market. This is bad in many ways. So you may have experienced this with internet service providers or with car industries. Having very few people controlling the entire market is an issue. Also, Big Pharma is one of those too. It's a very big problem because of something that we call cartels. This is technically illegal, but it's very difficult to prove. And they can do something similar that approximates to a cartel by doing something that is like in quote unquote industry standard, right? Right. So cartel, what is a cartel? I'm not talking about drug lords here. Cartels are when an oligopolistic competition is happening between a few parties. So for example, let's say Azure Promelia, Wuthering Waves, and Genshin, right? Well, they can just say there's only 3 disparage internet providers over here. Exactly, Lenny. So you know what I'm talking about when I say that. How's it going, my man? I'll show you out in a bit. So what would happen with cartels is that you have Azure Promelia, you have Wuthering Waves, and you have Genshin Impact. They say, we're the only 3 that control the entire market in this regard. Let's just make an agreement between all of us, right? That we're going to do price fixing. And we're going to do other anti-competitive things. anti-competitive, and anti-consumer. Right? Okay, so this is what happens with cartels. You have like these few that control the entire market, and they can raise the barriers to entry. They can fix the prices, as I said, and do another myriad of things that are anti-competitive and anti-consumer. Why? Because if they all behave the same and they all stay in their lane, controlling, their pieces of the market, they share the pie and they maximize the profits for themselves. Yes, indeed, price fixing, for example. So the reason why I say that they can do this directly or indirectly, because cartels are illegal. It is, anti-consumer and anti-competitive practices. It is banned by law, but the potential upside gain is so large that even if they get caught, they're still getting paid for breaking the law because the profits are so large and the funds that they can get are often not to the extent of the profits that they do, that we have this joke in economics about being paid to break the law. So let's imagine you have a parking spot, right? Okay. And it costs you $10 to park there, okay? But parking illegally, right? If you park illegally there, you're fined $5. This is what I call the concept, or we joke in economics in general, the concept of you're getting paid for breaking the law. Why? Because the fine is lower than the price of doing so. So I'm coming out at a net positive of $5. And that is something that happens in the real world quite often, actually, where you see certain companies do very let me just put this back in the center. There we go. You have certain companies doing very illegal stuff, but the fine is so low. The fine is so stupidly low that they're literally what? There, okay. The fine is so low that they're literally getting paid to break the law. And that is why a lot of cartels will still happen. Now, you have some concepts of prisoner's dilemma and other stuff. Dilemma. That can cause it to break up naturally, right? The prisoner dilemma, in a very small nutshell, is can you trust your competition to uphold their end of the bargain and not try to go for something that will benefit at your expense? In a very, very short nutshell. But generally speaking, that is one concern of mine, is that while in theory the entrance of Azure Promille and Wuthering Waves could promote competition with Genshin, meaning that it would be better for the consumer, forcing, quote-unquote, forcing generosity out of Genshin Impact, they could just, do something like industry standard bullshit, where they all do similar types of gacha, similar types of pricing, and similar types of practices. Whether they agree to it or not, it will, in essence, be creating something like a cartel. And it's incredibly difficult to prove. How's it going, Zaido? So, unfortunately, this is the other risk that would make so that games like Genshin Impact will just never change in terms of stinginess. Cost of operations and everything, let's be real, they earn quite a bit of money. So that has never been a real issue for them. But welcome to the economic and financial concepts, as well as management concepts, as to why it is the way it is and why they don't listen to the player base in these regards, because they have no real incentive to do so. And this is not limited to Genshin Impact, by the way. You can see this type of behavior not just in video games, gacha games, and everything. Like I said, big pharma, the car industry, a lot of other industries have this type of issue of monopolistic competition that turns almost monopolistic, oligopolies with cartels, and generally speaking, a very difficult time substituting them in general. How could you say that about the poor in the studio, miHoYo? God damn. But yeah, so this is one of the two things that I wanted to talk about today. This is like the short version of it. If you guys have any questions, feel free to ask them though, if you're curious about anything that I just said when it comes to these things. But this is, in a nutshell, why miHoYo. It's not about whatever things, right? It's a lot about this when it comes to why they quote unquote don't listen to the player base. Or they listen very little when it comes to being stingy, being all of that. Why is HSR less stingy? It's not because it's their darling child. Where is Honkai Impact the Third less stingy? It's not because it's their darling or there's preferential treatment or the whole Genshin could never meme. The reality is that these face a much bigger threat of new entrants and substitution than Genshin has ever had in its 3 years of running on a daily basis. This is the reality. If you take Honkai Impact, well, there's Punishing Grey Raven. There is Aether Gazer. And there's probably a myriad of other similar games. There's probably going to be like Duet Abyss soon as well or something. I don't remember if Duet Abyss is open world or not. And there's like probably a myriad of other games that I'm forgetting about that threaten Honkai Impact 3. Honkai Star Rail, turn-based RPG gacha game. Honestly, not nearly as difficult to do compared to things like Genshin Impact. The barriers to entry are so much lower that they cannot afford to have this leeway compared to Genshin Impact. Isn't solo leveling a new ARPG? Yeah, solo leveling, right, that's true. Solo leveling. Right? And there is also like Danmachi, and there's like a bunch of other ones. I'm just like saying examples. It's way easier to create, yes. And because it's easier and less expensive to create, it means that the barrier to entry is lower. That is the key thing, right? The key thing is the barrier to entry. How expensive is it? How difficult is it to do? Right? These type of things. How saturated the market is one of them technically. Technically, it's also one of them, but these are like the main things. If the barrier to entries are low, then the threat of new entrants is pretty high. It's like skyrocketing high levels of high. Meaning that the threat of substitution is also very real. It's also very, very real on a daily basis for them. Genshin is past the pain point of the early stage, which was not having a lot of content. Yeah, exactly. They also have that at their advantage. So they can really afford to do a lot of things that would be unthinkable for a lot of games to do, because it would piss the consumer base so much that they would just up and leave. Right. But because there's no real substitution, there's no real anything to, besides players just saying like, I quit permanently Genshin Impact because I'm done with the game. Right. But for a lot of people, that's the only real game that they have that is Breath of the Wild style, that is continuous service, and that is gacha game for some of them. Right. Now, the oligopoly thing is going to be an issue, but that's, as I said, we'll have to wait and see. So, yeah, if you guys have any questions, feel free to ask before I move on to the next topic, though. Because I was going to talk about two things today. It offers co-op, you can play with friends. Exactly. Which, I don't know if Breath of the Wild offers that. Which is a big selling point. It's like, it's single player, but you can also play with friends in co-op. It's not like competitive or anything. It's not like an MMO. It's not like it forces you to play with other people. You can just play solo until the end of time. But that's a thing, right? And that is a big advantage. For example, why does Tower of Fantasy very different from Genshin? Is that on this side you have forced co-op, right? It's more of an MMO type of game, right? Genshin is single player, Breath of the Wild style RPG. It's not even close to a 1-to-1, right? It's not even close to being a proper Genshin substitute. And that's why a lot of people view this as having flopped. Even though I don't exactly know the numbers, I'm not sure if it has flopped or not, but it's quite different from Genshin. It's not the exact same crowd that they're trying to attract, meaning that Genshin just remained almost unchallenged. Remains almost unchallenged. Yeah, it's an MMO. It's kind of like an MMO gacha, right? It's a very different type of crowd. It's a very, very different type of crowd. Now, the other thing that I wanted to talk about that is going to be its own can of worms in itself, that's going to be quite interesting. So I'm going to need to change the title again as well and just put a new thingy. How do I word this? Because this is genuinely its own can of worms. Also, let me just refund you, Ragna, so that you can get your Ali Chan reading back. Because I'm not going to do a surprise for a YouTube video that is about explaining some very serious concepts. There. All the other ones have been complete. Oh, oops. There. All the other ones have been complete. There we go. So the next one is how do I put it? It's not the economics. It's more like the management. It's kind of like this. I'm not entirely sure if this is the correct way of putting it, but why do games occasionally will censor themselves? Okay. Yeah, have a good one, Ragna. So, why do games sometimes censor themselves? Right. So, this came about because I made a video, right? For those who haven't watched it, I made a video about the Shift Up IPO. Now, one of the common fears that a lot of people had when it came to this IPO was the fear of censorship. Now, a lot of people just seem to equate it's totally normal to be afraid, as they could get influenced, and yada yada, right? One of these comments wrote me a text that I had to reply quite in depth to get them to understand, right? Because some people just miss the point, right? They said they're not concerned that Shift Up is going to make money. What they're really concerned is about the fans, that it's going to become less fan servicey, that it's going to be more censored and everything. And while yes, TOF still makes around $500,000 a month. Yeah. I don't know about the exact metrics of TOF, but okay, while there is a correlation, right, between censorship, oops, I almost forgot, and with things like going public, there is a correlation. Okay, so how many of you study things like data science or know statistics and everything? Because if you know, you probably knew as soon as I said correlation, you probably knew already what I was going to say next after this. So I wonder how many of you know this. Let me just ask you. There is no shame in not knowing, by the way. But what do we always say about correlation? I'll give you guys a couple of seconds. What do we always say about correlation? Don't know anything. Empty mind. Good lord. Fucking Zaida. No idea? Okay, that's fine. Okay, we always say correlation does not imply causation. Exactly. Exactly as Zal did. So correlation does not imply causation. This is a very important concept. Just because something looks like just because something correlated, right? Just because something looks correlated or looks a certain way or does have a correlation does not mean that it has a direct causation on it. So one of the very common examples is let's say there is a correlation between divorces in the US and the consumption of milk. The more you consume milk, the more likely to divorce you would be according to this correlation. So, as soon as I'm saying this, you're saying, like, of course, there's no causation about it, unless they're into big bummy milkers and they just have a flat chested wife, right? Like, there is no way one would have a causation on the other, but there is a correlation there. And that is why we always say correlation does not imply causation. Because just because something is correlated doesn't mean that it actually has an impact or a reason as to why that is happening. So because a company goes public, correlates with censorship, right? Does not imply causation. And that is very important to know because what I'm going to talk about is a very fundamental business concept to know. It doesn't, how do I put it? It doesn't directly apply in the sense that this is not the reason why. It could be one of the factors, but we are using it to retroactively, or rather, retroactively analyze why certain things happen when it comes to business decisions and why this leads to self-censorship in some companies or some strange directions, as some would call it. Yes, I am. I am listening to Slam FM, Lenny. Yes, I am. Okay, so I am going to introduce you guys to the pestle concept. It's a very basic, similar concept to the Porter concept that I introduced earlier. And this is used to usually analyze what external factors influence your business. Right? What external factors influence your business? So pestle goes political, goes economic, it goes social, it goes, what was the other one? Politic, economic, social, technological, legal, and the last one was environmental, I believe. So these are the ones, if you're ever curious about how it looks like, you have these: economic, legal, and sociological, environmental, and technological. You can Google this in many management books. It's something that is taught in university for people that learn business management. It's a very much alive concept. So let's get out of the way some misconceptions. A game covering specific topics based on what the writer believes or wants to cover is not censorship. Let's just get that out of the way. If a game has a quote unquote woke story, that does not imply censorship. That is the sensibilities of the writer, or that is the social environment influencing some of the things. You can make a case for that, but let's just get out of the way. We're talking about self-censorship from companies, not directions that writers take or the like. This is a completely apolitical conversation. So I'm not going to go into politics or anything like that. I'm just going to explain the things that could lead a business to self-censor or to change certain things. So technological, this is, for example, AI that could influence the business decisions. We're not going to go that much into it. The economics, this is what could influence certain business decisions in terms of finance. So, for example, there are some companies that will sell for cheaper for certain countries due to economic reasons, right? So we're not going to go that deep into that one or this one because this, generally speaking, will not impact censorship. Now, the political one, just so that we get out of the way, it's government and politics. This is very close to driven by law because if you take, for example, China, right? China with a Zerlane or with certain games, well, there are certain things in the political landscape, or for example, in some other countries, that will shape what type of game you're going to sell or whether or not you're going to censor. So this is one example of that. Societal or social is one that can also change certain things. So the legal one is just the law. So this is just fuck you, obey the law, right? This is just fuck you, obey the law, right? Don't do illegal shit. That's about it. If there is legal changes, so for example, some of the censorship laws in China, fuck you, obey the law. This is why World of Warcraft does not have skeletons, right? Because it's illegal in China medium to show things like human skulls and everything. So this is like just legal, fuck you, obey the law. Environmental, we're not going to talk that much about it because this is more akin to things like pollution and waste and the like, right? Or limitation of resources as well. This could have to do with resources. So for example, if you have a scarce resource, this will impact your business. We're not going to talk about these, or tech, or legal, or environmental. We're not even going to talk that much about political, although there is a little bit of that. We're going to mostly talk about the social aspect of things and how this can impact a company's decisions. And this is something that, IPO or not, will impact your company no matter what you do, right? So we're going to mostly talk about those. Now, the political one, it's a special case because some countries will have heavier forms of certain things. So, for example, if you talk about political, although it kind of bleeds into law. So, for example, Saudi Arabia versus LGBTQ. Yo, how's it going, Fujin? That is where it enters. The social part of it is where it gets really interesting. Because this is where the influence of a lot of things will come from when it comes to self-censorship. But also, I forgot to do another thing, is that there is actually in the pestle, right? Right. The economic aspect will also impact, actually. I will talk about the economic aspect. In hindsight, I will. For some very specific reasons. Political, we're going to just toss it in because why not? Because it also plays... whoops. Apparently I cannot spell anymore. Okay, so let's just talk about these three and how they can influence a corporation or a company like ShiftUp. Whether they have an IPO or not, they will have an impact and they could lead to self-censorship. Whether the company wants or not. Whoops. Apparently I cannot spell censorship. Now, I am not a game developer. I am just talking from a purely management point of view, how this could impact it, right? But how's it going, Fujin? Detention for latecomers, damn. So, social, you can see this as the evolution of what the societal norms, what is considered normal, or what the interests of a society at large and what they consider good or bad could influence it. Right? So, for example, I don't know, what would be if society at large is more conservative, not in the political sense. If your main market is more conservative when it comes to things like fan service and the like, right? Right? They don't like fan service. They don't like a lot of things. Well, you're going to try, because it's your main market, right? This is if it's your main market. And this is why I'm not that concerned when it comes to Nikkei, because their main market is Japan. Right? You might tone down the fan service. This is what happens with some Japanese games. Right? Or some other games that have censorship or self-censored. Because they tone down the fan service for American audience who have more Puritan values and more a little bit of a less at large view less well fan service. It also has to do with political, but also with legal reasons as well. Because things like rating agencies and the like will also pressure them into either you get a higher rating, meaning that you will have less exposure, you will sell less, could impact that. Right? So these are like more the social things that could impact how game companies will self-censor. The other social thing is, for example, the evolution of interests. So, for example, a very good example of this is Strive, for example. There are some people that are pissed off about it. I don't see why you get pissed off at that, but whatever. One of their big markets is the US. And one of the big topics and big things that have evolved in the recent years is the LGBTQA plus representation. So what will Strive do, for example, or other games that want to enter the US market? They will try to appeal to this social aspect that interests their audience. Now, this is not exactly self-censorship, but it's also a shift in tones as well for the games, because they want to appeal to a broader audience or they want to appeal to specific audiences. All of this, you love Guilty Gear Strive Testament? Nice. All of these do not require an IPO, right? These could affect any company, anytime, anywhere. This is constant. They made Testament hotter somehow. You know, it can go both ways, right? If society at large prefers more fan service, right? They could just do more, right? They will just crank up the fan service. If they are more conservative, they will crank it down. Now, all of these feeds into, to some extent, to the economic external pressures, right? For example, for the economic external pressures, right? So we talked about the societal. Do you guys have any questions about the social pressures and how they could function on a company to force them to do, not really force them, they can just do it willingly, of course, but they can either self-censor or they can just go in directions that for some other people it may seem weird. But that has to do a lot with the social pressures of the places where they're trying to make business, right? So, for example, socially, during the apartheid, it was acceptable to not grant service to certain people. That is completely wrong and I fucking despise it, but that was something. As the politics and the social landscape changed, it became straight up illegal, right? Rightfully so. But that is some aspect of it. These two are kind of linked to some extent sometimes, but not always. Now, when we talk about economic, there could be a few things. So it's this is going to kind of be linked between economic, social, and financial. For the economic one, I'm going to talk about something quite interesting, which is the case of, so we already talked about social, economic, and politic. Right. So we already talked about social, right? Now let's talk about economic factor. So one very good example that I have about this is Gumroad. Financially, it makes no sense for them to ban NSFW. It makes no sense for them. But because of a mix of political and social, credit cards, rather payment services, let's call them that way. Payment services straight up said either you stop the NSFW content or we stop providing you service. Meaning that they have this economic pressure that is massive on them to cut out the NSFW. Gumroad is private, by the way. It's privately owned. Gumroad is privately owned. This has nothing to do with it being publicly traded or not. All of these things are reasons why companies would take those decisions completely separate from IPOs. Now, IPOs can exacerbate some of this because they're publicly traded and they have some of these. So, for example, social reasoning, right? Starbucks a few years back. Just to come back to this very quickly. Starbucks or even Amazon. They got into trouble because of the shitty way they were treating customers or their staff. This led to a sharp decline in their stock value because the risk related to their individual stocks pushed investors to liquidate, right? To liquidate a part or all of their a part or all of it. This has nothing to do with the investors believing in the societal part of it or in the political part of it. This has nothing to do with that. What happens is because there were news that made the company more shaky, to put it in very simple terms, the company, for example, Starbucks, right, became a little bit less of a solid investment, right? Because its future was more uncertain. This is where the whole correlation does not imply causation comes in, is that you see a very big corporate social responsibility thing hit the news and the stock drops, or you see some type of news and you see the stock dropping. There are some people that will sell the stock because they are speculators. There are some people that will sell the stock because they don't believe in the company anymore. But the ones that have big enough investments to actually really affect the stock are the ones that are most of the time they see that the future is less less solid, less known, and everything. So the beta, or rather the risk associated, increased. Now in finance, when we make a portfolio, this is especially the case of active portfolio, right? In the case of active portfolio management, in the case of an active portfolio, we make a portfolio of stocks, right? So we make a portfolio of stocks, right? And we have a certain risk that we're willing to accept, right? We have a level of risk that we're willing to accept with this portfolio. If an individual stock, like, let me change the colors. If an individual stock here, right, goes up in risk and puts the level of risk of the whole portfolio above the threshold that we're willing to accept, right? It pushes it above this threshold, right? It just pushes it above this. What you do is you take this and you liquidate some of it. You just liquidate some of it, you sell it, and you replace it, and then you replace it. You replace it with something that will bring back the risk and that has a similar level of profit to where you expected or more. And you will just replace it. So you truncate it and you just change it. So generally speaking, sometimes it would look like, and this is where a lot of conspiracy theories come from, right? A lot of conspiracy or a lot of uneducated. This is not an insult, right? This is not an insult. Things come from is it looks like. You will see this very often. You will see this very, very often in many fields. It looks like something, but there is no real analysis behind this. Right? So what ends up happening when you have, for example, when it comes to stocks like Starbucks and everything, their future looks a little bit more shaky because there's like this big social responsibility thing that they just got caught in or whatever. Well, because they look shakier, they look less solid, their whole risk and volatility went up, well, you will have this happening. And as a result, the stocks will plummet. And as a result, the stock and company valuation going down will pressure the company to change direction. Or fix it. The reality is, institutional investors, right? Don't really care that much about these things. Their entire job description is to maximize return on investment of the money that was put in their hands, basically for the portfolio. Based on the specifications of the customer. So, do they have high risk or low risk? Do you think a pension fund is going to take risks with people's retirements? Or do you think they're going to go for more low risk stuff? Yo, how's it going, Simin? Right? You got to keep these type of things in mind. That's why I say that, for example, grifters and channels that try to give financial advice, but they say it's not financial advice, you can spot at a mile that they're not legit. It's when they start giving you stock picks. Because what goes into stock picks, there is a lot of things that go into stock picks. There is, of course, a deep analysis. But there's also the risk profile. Not everyone is willing to take the same amount of risks with their investments. Someone who is near retirement is not gonna gamble their fucking retirement funds on crypto. Someone fresh out of college with almost nothing to lose might see the upside of spending in meme coins, even though it's stupid, because they don't have that much to lose. And they're younger, so they can work the money back up. Right? So the risk profile is never the same. Okay, so this little tangent kind of, let's move on. But this is how societal pressure and economic pressures can happen, right? So the payment services are declining to Gumroad because of the NSFW. So this is a economic pressure that is kind of linked to a societal. Why do payment services are declining Gumroad? It's because they have backers that don't like that. Right? Now, this feeds into the whole social and political aspect of it. Over here, as you can see, it's kind of like all linked to some extent. But this is the idea of it. Political, it can be like the censorship of the country. So, for example, China is a good example of this. With the whole controversy of them. For example, there was a few years ago, there was an entire panel about how they're going to try to reduce the sissification of men. I'm quoting, I'm not even making this shit up. This was a real thing. So they're trying to reduce the number of effeminate men because it goes against the political values of a one-party state, which is China, and they're trying to reduce that. The censorship that China suffers from in Azure Lane, for example, Azure Lane in outside of China versus in China is radically different as well. There is a lot of censorship going on in China. So why do Hoyo games, for example, censor? Well, they don't want to do two fucking models. They don't want to do multiple models. And honestly, fan service is not exactly what their core is about. Please don't get rid of the cake. Yeah. Like, for Hoyo, fan service is not like the main thing of their games. They're trying to sell something else. And they're not trying to, increase their expenses. They could just make one model for all, the censored version, and just feed it to everyone, and the vast majority of the player base will be happy. It wouldn't work in Nikke because fan service is such an integral part of the game. Despite having great story and everything, the fan service is a huge part of the game. So the only way it would be influenced in one way or another is if the political or social aspect, or if there is an economic reason that would pressure them into doing so. This is completely independent of an IPO. This could happen anytime, any place, whenever, that could pressure them into doing this. That is the reality of it. Now, like I said, IPOs could exacerbate this, but generally speaking, like I said, institutional investors are not going to actively do this. Institutional investors will not actively use stocks to censor. This is not something that happens because their entire job is to make money. And this is something that I explained to one of my commenters on the Nikke IPO. is that organizations with big money and all the time in the world that understand a bowl most useful when it's empty will love to sink their claws and rip up shift up because they hate what they do. This is an Illuminati level shit that I see very often in the gaming community. This type of shit, it's more efficient to do this. To do things like payment services declining because they don't like porn, like they did to Gumroad. Going through, okay, just to give you an idea, right? To be able to materially affect the stock, affect policies, right? You need to be what we call an activist investor. Activist investors are not called activists because they do things like fighting for human rights. That's not the case at all. Activist investors are what we call people that try to sway management and the direction of a company. Generally speaking, they try to do it to maximize the value of a company, by the way. Usually short term, though, but usually it's short term, but it can be long term. It's not often sinister. It's not always sinister. So what activist investors do is that they get a share. They get a share of the company to put themselves on the board. But this alone is not enough. This alone is not even close enough to affect how the decision making will happen. They then need to do around and do something called convincing. Right? They need to go around do something called convincing, meaning they need to convince other board members right? Other board members. And that is fucking difficult to do. That takes a lot of time, money, and lobbying and everything to do so. And they need to convince other board members that have a stake in the company to do this. This is incredibly expensive and difficult to do because if the board members who have an interest in the company succeeding are not on board, you're not going to be able to do shit. That's like having a very small minority in your parliament. You're not going to be able to do anything. You need to convince other people to get on board with your idea, to try to pressure management into shifting the direction of the company. That's not easy to do, especially because, as I established earlier, institutional investors which are the ones that usually have the money to have seats on the board and everything, like the real whales of Wall Street. Institutional investors are what we call the whales of Wall Street. These are the ones that really have the real money. Institutional investors invest on behalf of other people. And these other people are people like you guys that put stuff in your 401ks, in your retirement funds, in your, whatever, right? These are the people. And their entire job is to maximize that return on investment. They don't give a flying fuck about what the company is, does, or whatever. All they care is maximize the return on investment. Now, institutional investors can offer you specific portfolios. That exists. So there is something called, like, for example, halal portfolios for Muslims, meaning that they don't invest in in haram stuff. So they don't invest in alcohol. They don't invest in other stuff that is haram, right? Or haram, or however you pronounce that. For a similar reason, you have other types of portfolio. For example, the CSR kind of like, it's not really called CSR portfolios, but I'm just going to call them that. where you don't invest in oil, for example, in oil companies. You don't invest in oil companies. You don't invest in alcohol for the halal portfolios. These exist, but it's by not investing. It's not by trying to change the policies of other companies. Their objective, again, is to maximize ROI while respecting the customer. So if the customer is Muslim and he wants a halal portfolio, you're not going to invest in alcohol, you're not going to invest in cigarettes, you're not going to invest in pork, you're not going to invest like in a few things, right? That are just haram. Same for if you have a customer that believes in climate change and stuff like that, and they could ask you, don't invest in oil companies, don't invest in things that are harmful for the environment, because I don't want my money to be invested into these type of things. They will not try to change how a company is run because that affects their ROI. It's more efficient to just not invest, period. Right? I don't know if that makes sense. Activists, investors, are a very special breed of investors. They're people who are vested into maximizing the profit, so they will go around and try to change the policies to maximize. The amount of money that is required to have a board seat to just sink it into oblivion. First of all, it's illegal, by the way, to do that. This, absolutely fucking illegal. And second of all, it's such a huge waste of money, and there are more efficient ways of doing it. So the IPO, yet again, does not have anything to do with censorship. That is something to very much keep in mind. The true sources of censorship are the external, of self-censorship, rather. Are external forces. And like I mentioned, the pestle is one way to look at these, right? You can kind of retrace these type of things with this. Right? Political, economic, societal, technological, and environmental. Right. These are the ones that affect truly. Whether a company is public or not, these are the things that will actually impact it. Why do some companies self-censor? Well, it's not socially acceptable to do certain things. It's not, the political landscape does not allow certain things. It's illegal. Pestle, yeah, like this, whoops. It's illegal to do certain things. Oh yeah, L for illegal. So why are there no child porn games? Well, for obvious reasons. It's fucking illegal. For good reason, right? Again, the environment is what is causing these to just not happen. Right? Why is there no swastikas or why was Wolfenstein even almost banned from Germany, and why are there no swastikas in Germany and everything? It's illegal. It's also socially unacceptable there. And there is a very heavy political pressure to just not put them, because Germany is very fucking much trying to squash anything that could bring back Nazism, right? Why are certain games straight up illegal in some countries? The political or legal landscape make it impossible to publish those games there. Games with LGBTQ stuff, if you don't remove that from the game, they're probably not going to make it to Saudi Arabia, right? This type of stuff. And again, the socially acceptable stuff or not, or what interests the society of the place where your main market is at, will influence what you write for it, right? So more stuff that is progressive and everything will sell more in the US, for example, so they might try to go for that. Technological, like I said, it can be as simple as, whether or not to use AI, whether there are some limitations or there are new breakthroughs. We couldn't make the same games 20 years ago as we can do nowadays, thanks to the technological prowess of modern day consoles and computers. Will be manhunt that is banned in certain countries. Yeah, basically. Did not see that coming. Yeah. So these are the real reasons behind censorship. It's not going to be the institutional investors. It's not going to be some cabal of people that want to sink companies. They don't even, it's more efficient to do it elsewhere. Like what happened with Gumroad. It's more efficient to do it in a different way. You know, than to buy a bunch of stock, which is, by the way, illegal. It's illegal to buy a bunch of stock to try to sink a company by doing corporate activism. Same reason as to why corporate raiders are corporate raiders are an entire can of worms we're not going to enter into. But these are the real reasons why, from a management and economics perspective, right? This is only management. I am not a game dev. I'm talking like from a management point of view, right? This is from a management and to some extent finance point of view, right? Point of view. I'm not a game dev, so I am not privy to all of the things that happen in game development. I don't work in that industry, but I do know that these things impact the decision making of all companies. It's not just game companies, it's every company gets impacted by these factors. And it's kind of self-evident if you look at them, right? So, do you guys have any questions about this? Because I would love to expand onto anything that left you guys with doubt. Nopers? So yeah, this is a basic management thing that you learn during your bachelor's usually in management and even in some of the branches of that. Right. So these are things that make sense to you? Yeah, exactly. So these are the things that will truly influence whether or not Shift Up will self-censor or not. It's not going to be the IPO. With the complimentary pizza brain, your brain hurts, damn. These are the things that will genuinely affect whether or not Shift Up will self-censor, right? An IPO is an IPO. It's just a source of money at the end of the day. It can exacerbate, right? I probably need to make this clear. There is a risk, right? There is a risk that going public will shift the direction of a company. It's not just Shift Up, it's game companies in general, right? If you want to know what caused a change in direction, if you guys want to know what causes a change of direction in a company's culture, right? If you guys want to know what causes changes in direction in a company's culture, 9 out of 10 times, you need to look at the CEO. That's it. Most of the time, if you want to know what caused a change in culture in a company, generally speaking, you have to look at the CEO because that's literally their job description. Provide a direction. CEOs provide a direction. To the company. If you want to know any changes in the culture, the CEO probably had a hand in it most of the time. So if there is a change in CEO, for example, if there is a change in CEO, there is a chance that there is a change in a company's direction. Because each CEO will prioritize different things. Right? So for example, it can also happen due to, as I said, the pestle, right? Out of necessity, it can also happen due to the different factors, right? This can also cause a change in direction. Right? This can also happen. But generally speaking, the CEO will look at this and then change the direction of the company. That's generally what will happen. Oh, thanks a lot for the hydrate, Dreadlord. Much appreciated. So yeah. If you think IPO equates with self-censorship, then that's not a reality. Again, correlation does not imply causation. That's the main thing to keep in mind. Correlation does not imply causation. Yes, an IP being publicly traded does run the risk of exacerbating the effects of pestle, right? Of the concept that we just talked about. It's not the only concept, it's very much more complicated than this. We're just using one basic example of things that can shift the direction of a business. Yes, it risks to exacerbate it, but at the end of the day, correlation does not imply causation. This could happen with or without the IPO, just because of changes in the general environment of the company. All of these external pressures. The internal part of it usually happens because of the CEO. Right. So that about covers it, I believe. Thanks a lot for listening, guys. I hope it wasn't too boring for you, for all of this. Again, if you have any questions, feel free to ask. This will probably make a YouTube video or something. But it was something that I wanted to talk about because it seemed like a few people were interested in the whole concept, in some of the concepts related to how business decisions happen in game companies. Thanks to the IPO video. I honestly made this video out of passion because it's my field. I did not expect, people to actually, care as much as they did. So I thought I would follow up, clarify some things, make some things easier to understand, and generally speaking, explain some additional concepts. But yeah. Let's see. Is there anyone streaming at the moment? Because it is midnight and I'm going to send you all to somebody. So let's see. Who should I send you guys over to? You know what? I'm going to send you guys over to... Oh, Naomi. Perfect. Let's send you guys over to Naomi. So thanks a lot for everyone that dropped by. Oh yeah, by the way, exclamation mark raid 1, exclamation mark raid 2. Wait, why is it not working? Did raid 2 not work? Hold on. Exclamation mark raid 1. Hello? Oh, there we go. Okay, so exclamation mark raid 1 if you're a sub, exclamation mark raid 2 if you're not a sub. Thanks a lot for everyone that dropped by today. I much appreciate it. Especially for the just talking part of the stream. I know it's not the most interesting thing for everybody, but, I still appreciate those who stayed around to, try to learn a little bit about these type of things. And, maybe remove some misconceptions that may have grown over, the fact that a lot of people just don't work in these type of fields, right? And there is a lot of misinformation that goes in these type of things. Now, I'm not claiming that I know everything, but there are some perspectives that are sometimes lacking in these types of conversations. IQ went up. But yeah, thanks a lot for everyone that dropped by. I'll catch you guys tomorrow for the Acheron pool. So for those who haven't seen my schedule, tomorrow will be Nikke on the first half, mostly Star Rail for that day. We're going to do, well, not first half. We're going to do Acheron pulls and then whatever new event, clean up Nikke dailies and then whatever new event there is in Star Rail. On Thursday, I will do some relink, some Star Rail again to continue the whole Acheron stuff, as well as some Nikke because I do Nikke daily. And then on Friday, I'll go on break as I usually do. Expect some Sekiro on Saturday as well as some Star Rail. So have a good one, guys, and thanks a lot for dropping by.